portion in which you can speak. I'm going to let Mr. Clerk speak as to what you can speak on during that particular public portion. And if you'd like to raise your hand during that relevant public portion, you can do so by dialing *9 to raise and unraise your hand if you're not on a smart device. We will begin shortly. This is the conference session of February 15th, 2022. Thank you for your attendance tonight, and we'll begin shortly. Yes, Council President, we do have a quorum now. The quorum has arrived. I think they were just getting...
All righty, thank you. Thank you so much. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. And just to ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is being recorded. I'm going to call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Mr. Michel.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, I believe I see you here. If you can unmute yourself,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Space. Thank you, sir. Ms. Vaughn? Council President, Ms. Wilkins.
Present.
Council President McBride.
Yes, present.
City Clerk Matthew Conlon is present. Mr. Kaloji.
Present.
Council, Council President, we have a quorum, and the City Clerk, the Council staff is here. Would you like me to call the department heads?
Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Cruz.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Cherry.
I'm present. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Liston.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Douglas.
Present. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Mr. Daniels.
Present. Good evening.
Good evening. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening. I'm present.
Good evening. Director Onatieri. Mr. Onatieri. Ms. Richardson.
I am present. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Lavenberg.
Good evening. Present.
And
Yes,
Ms. Cruz, the Acting Director of Finance.
Mr. Collins, can the person with the number 766 cut their camera off, please? Thank you.
Council President, would you like to proceed?
Yes.
Council President, there's an executive session on tonight's docket. There's an executive session, but it actually was scheduled tonight on the resolution. Did you want to go to executive session at this time, ma'am, or may raise them up?
Is this for Mr. Bridges' presentation?
That's correct, ma'am. This is
because what number is that for the resolution for the rice? Because we don't need a resolution for ricing. That falls under the council's jurisdiction, and so we don't really need that resolution. So I'm going to move to table that so that we can just hear the. It
can actually just be pulled at this point, ma'am.
Yes. Well, could you pull that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the resolution number? Could you let everyone know what the number is?
The record 22-044.
Okay, so we won't be discussing that in the executive session. We will just be discussing Mr. Bridges' lawsuit.
Case, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's a settlement of a case.
Mm-hmm.
Council President, would you like me to read the executive session resolution to the record?
Yes.
Second.
Second.
No, I haven't quite got there yet. My apologies. We're, just get the executive session.
Mr. Conlon, is Mr. Bridges on?
Mr. Bridges is on, ma'am.
Mr. Bridges,
Yes.
yes, do you have, is there an attorney that's going to be sharing any information with the body this evening?
Thank you for asking because I wanted to jump in. I have an attorney prepared to jump in and discuss the details of this case and the settlement. However, that attorney is available for Thursday's meeting. They're not available today. So if it's something that we can address at executive session on Thursday, that would be requested. If not, we'll have to punt to the next meeting.
Council President, you can actually go move this to Thursday if you'd like.
Is it enough time for publication? And
It's actually already advertised for Thursday.
it's already advertised. Okay, so
It was advertised
Mr.
for both
Bridges,
different-
because your attorney isn't here, so we'll move this to until Thursday's meeting.
Yes, ma'am. That
I'm
is also
talking
at
to
your
Mr.
discretion. I'll note it for the record.
Mr. Bridges.
Yes, I heard you. I appreciate that, Council President. Council will be available, is prepared to present to the body executive session on Thursday.
All righty. So we'll move that. So, Mr. Collin, we won't be going into executive session this evening, so we may continue with the docket review.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we have the ordinances for reconsideration. Did you actually want to consider those tonight? Or,
Are
did
you
wanna wait
talking
till-
about the ones that were vetoed by the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but we'll move those to the end of the docket, and
Okay.
we will hear them this evening. Just wanting to get through the main part of this docket.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to
The biggest
proceed to the
portion.
resolutions?
Yes, please.
Council President, we do have two walk-on resolutions. Would you like me to address those at the top or at the back end?
At the end of this, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, let me put the resolutions back up. The first resolution on the docket tonight for consideration, aside from the executive session, which is 22-039, which will be heard on Thursday, is first we have 22-040. These are City Clerk's Office, Matthew Conlon, City Clerk. There's 22-040, resolution appointing Mr. Michael Rabb as a regular member of the Trenton Zoning Board for an unexpired term. And Council President, we do have a request. The Zoning Board has a meeting tomorrow night. They did request if they could actually, and I believe this was discussed earlier, if they could actually hear these tonight. Do you want to move these appointments to the end of the docket for the Zoning Board? Or do you want?
Yes, definitely. Mr. Collins, we can take action on these two resolutions this evening. Just put them to the back of the docket. Yes, definitely.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, Resolution 22-040, and this will also include Resolution 22-042. This is, first is a resolution appointing Mr. Michael Rabb as a regular member of the Trenton Zoning Board for an unexpired term, and a resolution appointing Mr. Shahid M. Morris as an alternate number 1 to the Trenton Zoning Board for a term ending December 31st, 2023, the unexpired portion of a vacant seat. Ladies and gentlemen, those will be heard tonight. They're going to be moved to the back of the docket with the ordinances. First, Council President, we have Resolution 22-041, a resolution appointing Simon Lopez to the Trenton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for an unexpired term. How'd you like to proceed? It's actually not moving tonight. I just need to know discussion,
That's
questions, and consent, or unless somebody wants to move it to the floor tonight, I suppose.
No, we can if council wants to move it, we can move it at the end of the docket like we're doing anything else that has to be voted on, so that we can get through the big portion of this, and then we'll go back and bring these to the floor.
Yes, ma'am. So noted, Resolution 22-041 is also being moved to the back for the vote tonight, a resolution appointing Simon Lopez to the Trenton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for an unexpired term. And then the third resolution, 22-042, a resolution appointing Mr. Sheed M. Morris as alternate number one on the zoning board, likewise is moved to the back of the docket for consideration tonight. Council President, next we have this is ordinance 22-043, a resolution stating no confidence in the Mally Givens law firm and the investigative report generated for the Trenton City Council pursuant to a personnel investigation. Floor is open.
Yes, so if any council members would like to speak to this, I would like to, if no council member would like to speak to it, I would.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Okay. Which investigation are we talking about?
I don't
Hello?
know if you can say.
It says it in the resolution, sir.
Yes.
Where does it say? It just says a resolution stating no confidence in the Mally Givens law firm. So we're not going to talk about this? I mean,
Yeah,
You're
we're talking about it. You asked a question.
yeah, how are we talking about it?
It's inside of the resolution. But if you're asking me instead of reading the resolution, I can just.
I am
tell
reading
you
the resolution. I'm asking the question is, this resolution is stating no confidence in the Mally Givens law firm. Why? Why do we have no confidence in that?
Well, I don't have any confidence in the Mally Givens law firm based on the report that was done. So you want me to give you my opinion, and that's all I could give you. So I don't have any confidence in the Mally Givens law firm based on the report that they gave, based on out of the clerk's office. None of the counsel was interviewed. Mr. Collin was not interviewed. Then on top of all of that, the report was then given to Mr. Bridges, as they said in the letter that they dated today. But from my perspective, Mally Givens was hired to do a report for us, an investigation for the board, the Trenton Parking Authority Ethics Board. Then when they were brought on to do an investigation, they were to walk the council through the procedure of how to investigate our office. But instead, they did a report. The report was one-sided. There was no interview of any of the council members. There was no interview of the clerk. The report was given to the law department. There was never any communication with the council on this report until after the report hit the newspapers. So for all of those reasons, one, that there should have been some type, if Mally Givens was assigned to represent the council, Mally Givens had the obligation to contact us to let us know how this supposedly investigation was going forward. They didn't do that. They never contacted the council at all. If you were interviewed by Mally Givens, this is the first that I'll be hearing of it. None of the council members were asked any questions or interviewed. No one in the clerk wasn't asked any questions or interviewed. Then the clerk wasn't even offered up any of the discoveries. I sent a letter out to the administration, asked asking them to make sure that the clerk in the city of Trenton had received the discoveries. I heard nothing from Mally Givens until today. Until today, when this resolution had been sent out on Friday, today I got a response back from Mally Givens. I had never heard anything. So I don't have any confidence in any law firm that should be representing this body, walking us through the investigation, telling us how we can investigate our clerk that falls under the jurisdiction of the council. I hear nothing from them until this resolution comes on to the docket. So I don't have any confidence in that. I have no confidence in Mally Givens whatsoever, because if you're going to do an investigation, it has to be a fair investigation, and the council should have been at the table from the beginning of this so-called investigation. Now,
Council
that's
President?
my opinion. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes, I just wanted to bring to the councilman's attention the resolve on that resolution. It spells out three. It tells you exactly what is being done and who the investigation was about. So I just want to say that. And the second thing I want to say is I have no confidence in this firm because I was not interviewed during this investigation. I have had no contact whatsoever with that law firm. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, why will we be interviewed when the allegations did not involve the council? They involved the allegations that were all in the report. And in the report, it stated that there were people that were asked to be interviewed and they never made themselves available to be interviewed. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure why you're saying the council should have been interviewed. This involved the clerk's office and his situation in the clerk's office. Weren't the people in the clerk's office investigated or interviewed? Sorry, not investigated, interviewed. Weren't they interviewed?
You would have to ask Mally Givens that, because I haven't,
so
haven't had any contact with them.
Didn't you have to? So you're saying that you don't know if Mally Givens did a thorough investigation?
Well, they, according to them, whatever they submitted, it's according to them, and according to me, I've already given you my opinion.
Right. At the end of the day, I think the people of this city should have had a right to have an investigation, but it seems like that there's council members here who want this thing to go away instead of actually having the investigation happen. It should be disheartening that this again just seems to be going on like this. You know, there was an investigation that was done in the clerk's office by Mally Givens and involved staff, right, or people that worked in the clerk's office. So at the end of the day, you're saying you have no confidence in it because why? You're saying people weren't interviewed. You read the report, then you would have known that. So I think this is wrong. Everything wrong about this. But again, it's my call. You do what you guys want to do. You said I think this is a big mistake. But hey, you guys say you have no confidence. I think a lot of people don't have no confidence in this council. Thank you.
Council President McBride.
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I will concur. I'm going to vote a no confidence regarding this law firm as well. Each time the city has engaged this law firm, they have not provided their legal opinions and have completed their task as expected. So I will I will support this. But the other thing that I have concern with is, and this has gone, the council leadership has not dealt with this issue, but council members cannot continue to come on this dais during a public meeting and speak against and advocate against other council members. It is we all are duly elected officials. Now, council president and council vice president, you both need to do your job. And you have to call each council member out and hey, censor them or do whatever we need to do. But to sit here and use this meeting, this public meeting, to advocate against other council members and what their positions are is unconscionable and undemocratic. So I'm sick of it, and I will not tolerate it anymore, and I will hold both Council President McBride and Council Vice President Marge Caldwell-Wilson accountable for that. Either you lead or get out of the way, because this is unacceptable. I'm not going to sit here meeting after meeting and have certain colleagues, badger me about what positions I'm going to take on resolutions. Now, if they want to advocate for any other position, and they can speak on their position and how they're going to vote, but they don't get to come and talk about my vote and my positions. So I want to know what Council President McBride and Council Vice President Caldwell are going to do about that. So that's all I have to say.
Alrighty, thank you. Thank you for your comment, Councilwoman Vaughn and Councilman Michelle.
Sorry.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Here's the game.
Very barely, sir. Very barely.
Very
How
barely.
come you can only hear me? You hear me
I have no
now?
control over it, sir. You'd have to ask Mr. Rivera.
Can you hear me now?
No, Councilman, it's a very faint audio for you.
I am going on the phone.
I can't even hear him. It's his phone. It happens every meeting with George.
Can you hear me?
Excuse me, Councilwoman. He's trying to figure out what's going on.
Don't attack your colleague.
But it's always happening every meeting. It's his phone. It's not the platform.
Mr. Harrison and Councilwoman Vaughn, I need this meeting to move forward. Mr. Michelle, can you call in from another device?
We're
Or
doing
is that-
it.
And Ms. Vaughn, I did note your appearance for the record.
Yes, that's better. Councilman Michelle, that's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right. I'm on a phone, but this happens to me all the time. You can hear me perfectly when I say yay or nay. As soon as I start speaking, I'm disconnected. But anyway, for this investigation, the council president and the vice president should have spoke to the individuals that were making the accusations. I didn't know anything about it at the time. And the prosecutor's office should have been notified, which I learned they were not. That's who should have did the investigation, in my opinion. Vice President, you had issues before, like we did, and we weren't happy with the results when it was done. That's why on these charges, they're serious charges, allegations, the prosecutor's office should be notified, and I don't think it's too late, that they're called and to do an investigation concerning the allegations with our staff, what occurred in there, and put this to rest the right way.
Are you alleging
So I
criminal
have to-
behavior against me, sir?
Excuse me,
I'm not-
Mr. Conlon. Mr. Conlon, you need to fall back and allow this council to speak.
This should be investigated to the fullest, and we see what occurred out of this. It's not he said, she said. Let's do it the right way. And I know for a fact we can have the prosecutor's office get involved in this, and we should. Council President and Vice President should also be involved in this. And that's all I have to say. And it's not too late. And if we're not happy with the report we had, then we go to the prosecutors, go one step above. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So my position is that the council has investigatory powers, and it is our job to investigate. When Molly Givens came on, they were to guide this council on how we were going to move forward to investigate our office. But instead, they came back with a report in almost a week's time, never interviewing or even talking to this body. And if we can get that resolution back up on the screen, and number 3 shows where we're saying that we will invoke our investigatory powers to investigate the matter in our office due to the fact that they never moved forward to assist us, but they wrapped up a report within a matter of a week and a half to 2 weeks. Mr. Collin, can you put the resolution on the screen again? Okay, where it says on number 3, it says the council directs that a law firm be retained to properly and independently conduct the requested investigation. Said firm approved the council president. So what I am asking is that the city council, which has the investigatory powers, be assigned an attorney to walk us through this process of investigating our office, as we have the authority to do that. So I would like to just put that on the record, and Mr. Bridges and we can, and Mr. Kaloji, we need to be discussing the formality and how the council invokes their powers to investigate.
Council President?
No, I'm talking to Mr. Bridges and Mr. Kaloji.
Council President, I think if I understand your question correctly, is you want another firm assigned to do an investigation. I would not to do the investigation, to basically walk this council through the process of us using our investigatory powers, not the law firm itself, but to assist us along that way. I still don't really understand your question, but if I could try to answer, I think the answer is you have the right as an investigatory body to retain professionals, and in fact have an affirmative obligation when there's a report of improper actions, as was alleged, without going into details of it. You have an affirmative obligation as the employer to conduct an investigation under New Jersey law against discrimination. So the short answer to your question is, I believe you have to retain an independent entity, party, law firm, investigator, whatever the case may be, to do interviews and conduct an investigation and give a written summary of their findings, as well as make a recommendations for remediation if there is a confirmation of any wrongdoing. So it could take a number of paths, but you can retain professionals to conduct an investigation for you.
No. We're not asking them to do an investigation for us. We're asking them to assist the council in understanding how we do the investigating and invoking our investigatory powers. All we wanted was for a firm to basically give us the procedurally how it's done, and then we go and we do what we needed to do as far as investigating our office. And this is what Mally Givens were supposed to be doing. They were supposed to walk us through this process so that we could get this done. But in a week and a half or 2 weeks, they came back with a written summary, and no one had been asked any questions or interviewed. So that's what I'm asking you and Mr. Kaloji to get together.
I'll defer to Mr. Kaloji, but it's done by an
Counsel,
independent professional.
Right, the council has, I'm sorry. The council has
Let Mr. Kaloji
investigatory
finish.
powers under the Faulkner Act, 40:69A37.1. My understanding is you are asking for an attorney not to conduct his own investigation of this matter, but to guide the council in allowing the council to conduct an investigation of this matter.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's what the engagement of an attorney would be, to assist the council under 40:69A-37.1 to discharge its investigatory functions under the Faulkner Act relating to this matter.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kaloji. And so, Mr. Kaloji, will you make sure that we get an attorney or put a letter out to Mr. Bridges or to whomever one needs to go out to? I believe it's Mr. Bridges. And Mr. Bridges, he hears the request tonight, the same request that you're hearing. And so he knows exactly what we want.
Council President, may I just clarify just so I understand what you're saying? So you would like for...
Mr. Kaloji just clarified it.
I would respectfully request further clarification. You would like an attorney to advise council how council can do an investigation of the allegations.
Council President, if I may.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yeah, Mr. Bridges, we're basically asking to retain an outside attorney to instruct us on the procedures and how we move forward with an investigation so that we are doing the investigation within the law.
Okay.
All righty,
I'll send the communication to Mr. Bridges.
Thank you.
Council President?
Mr. Collin, we may move on.
Yeah, just to note for the
Council
record, Council President, 22043, that last paragraph would have to be amended to do that. I'll consult with Mr. Kaloji with whatever he's doing with Mr. Bridges to amend that before Thursday.
Thank you.
Council President.
Council President,
Mally
Mr.
Givens
Harris,
offer.
recognition.
You may
It was an
continue,
independent
Mr.
law.
Collin.
Council President, next we have Resolution 22-044, which you have pulled. Next is Resolution 22-045, a resolution directing the Office of the City Clerk to provide for the procurement of a qualified executive search firm in compliance with the local public contracts law to assist the Trenton City Council in the hiring of an executive director for the City of Trenton Redevelopment Agency.
Yes. And that is we're looking for a firm to help us bring the talent in we need to head the redevelopment agency. And we also, we're going to be putting out a request for any we're also going to be putting out a request for anyone in the city of Trenton that would like to participate on the board. We will be accepting resumes from the community for that board. So we'll bring, I don't know if we need a resolution for that or not. Mr. Kaloji, could you speak to that, if we need a resolution to form the board?
Is this on the cannabis, Council President?
No. This
I'm sorry,
is on
I'm
the,
having a choppy connection here.
this is on the
Please just come
redevelopment.
forward. Okay, I'm
This is
going to
on
have
the
to look at it,
redevelopment
and I will
agency.
I'm going to look at it, and I will certainly give you
What we're
an
attempting
invite
to
tomorrow.
do is to receive applications from the community at large, not applications, excuse me, resumes from the community at large, so that we can begin the process of selecting board members for this to get us the right planning director and whomever else we need for this particular agency.
Yeah, well, that could be
So we
done by
wanna-
resolution. It's certainly not necessary as long as council publicizes that it's interested in receiving input from interested parties about membership or about participation.
So we
So we
could
can-
basically,
Just advertise it.
yeah, okay, so we could
Okay.
basically just put an advertisement out.
Yeah, some kind of communication from the council. You know, council is accepting resumes or curriculum vitae for blank, blank, blank.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes, you know, I don't know if Mr. Hoffman is on the line, but he initially, wrote the order, draft the, along with Mr. Renaud, pursuant to the court, Judge Jacobson's ruling, to pass the ordinance to give the council the powers back, the redevelopment powers back, which we have done. And the redevelopment attorney, Mr. Hoffman, instructed us that the next steps would be, once that ordinance is passed and we have, in fact, regained our redevelopment powers from the administration, then the next step was that we had to submit the application to the local finance board, to get the agency created. So I don't know if this is somewhat mature. Once we get the agency created, then I believe we can put out those the recruitment strategy. But I mean, we could move forward this resolution, but I think the recruitment will probably come, immediately following the application to the local finance board and the approval from DCA that in fact the city of Trenton can create the agency. But, I don't know. But I thought that's what Mr. Hoffman said. But I could be wrong. And I think it's just, we can follow up with that for Thursday.
I think that I can bring Mr. Hoffman to the, I can ask Mr. Hoffman to come to the meeting. But I believe he said that it can work simultaneously. Like you can go to the board. I mean, you could go to DCA, put your application in, and still be prepared and still be moving forward with collecting the information that you need from the public to form the board. You're not actually forming the board. You're just getting the information from the public that you need to move forward. All righty. Is there any questions for this resolution?
Council President,
Yes.
my question is,
Yes.
will the executive director for the redevelopment agency be a Trenton resident?
Well, we're not gonna limit it to the executive director to Trent, and we want the best talent that we can find. I mean, but that will be left up to the board.
Exactly.
Once the board is selected, then the council will be basically hands off where the executive director is concerned.
So when we talk
Hey,
about,
you guys are eating with us?
hello, what's that?
If we could find and mute that party, please, the IT persons.
Council President, so when we say we're giving jobs to the people of Trenton, this might be another one, an executive director's position for not a Trenton resident. Thank you.
Well, I can't make that assumption, Mr. Harrison. That will be up to the board members to make that, and to even suggest that it will be a Trentonian will be wrong, and to suggest that it will be an outsider will be wrong, because that will be left up to the board to make that decision.
Council
And
President?
that's why it's so important to put the board together. Yes, Councilwoman.
Yeah, and the resolution is clear. It states that we're going to do a national search. So, so we're looking, as Council President said, we're looking for the board, once it's in place, to recruit, to have the resources, and to have the support of this council to recruit the best and the brightest for this job, for the executive director of the proposed Trenton Redevelopment Agency. So if that is a application, individual in our borders, or in our contiguous borders, or beyond, then we are interested in hearing from them, and we are interested in the board interviewing them, and we just want to communicate from this council that we want the board to do a very, very broad search to find the right person to come to the city of Trenton to help move the city forward. Thank you, Council President McBride.
Council President? So before in other council meetings, we keep talking about, we want everybody to move here. We want other businesses to get the contracts here. But now here we're saying, don't worry, if it's not in, it's not Trenton, it's not Mercer County, maybe it's in Ohio, who knows? So it's a problem here. We're saying that in the past, when we had things to come up, it has to be people from Trenton. But now we're saying, no, don't worry about that. It could be for wherever. But again, we're picking and choosing, and we're changing as we go. But
Mr.
Again,
Collins, you may
Council President,
continue.
Council President.
No, we're going to move forward. We're not going to spend that much time going back and forth with this one, because the resolution is clear. And
Council President,
The residency law will apply.
so
Residency law will apply.
I just have a couple of questions. 43, is that being roll called, or is that, I didn't hear anybody call for roll call, but I want to circle back to that one because we never got the answer on that one.
which one?
Roll
The
call.
Mally Givens?
Okay, that I figured, so that's going to be roll called. Yeah, Mally going to be roll called. For this one, will this one be roll called, or is this going to be on the consent?
No, it's going to be roll call, because Council President just said that she's going to have Mr. Hoffman come in.
That's fine. So Department of Administration had to be approved business administrator. First, we have a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, in the acceptance and setting forth minimum conditions of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, on the receipt of 2021 Transition Year Capital City Aid in the amount of $10 million.
So this right here is Capital City Aid. What does it have to do with the Memorandum of Understanding? Why is that language attached to the Capital City Aid? This is for Mr. Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening. Madam President, as a requirement for us to receive Capital City Aid, the state, under the governor's budget, they place a requirement in the city that we are required to sign a memorandum of understanding when we're receiving the $10 million.
Council President?
So even if we don't apply, for transitional aid, the city is still required to sign a memorandum of understanding.
But transitional, but the receipt of transition on the receipt of the 2021 Transition Year Capital City Aid. I'm just not
So Madam President, the $10 million for the capital city that we were getting last year, we will get when we sign this agreement.
I don't understand how that is connected. The capital city
Council
aid
President?
is, yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, because I just don't understand this one at all.
Yeah. My question for Mr. Cruz is that the capital city aid was approved by the legislator. The transitional aid is approved by the governor. The transitional aid is between the governor and the city of Trenton, where there's a memorandum of understanding. I don't believe there's anything in the legislation giving us the $10 million that says that we have to sign an MOU.
If I may answer now,
Yes,
Madam
go
Vice
right
President.
ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Yes, so there, when you look at the state's budget, when you go line for line, when it gets to the capital city aid for the city of Trenton, there is actually language attached to the amount of the $10 million that states that the city of Trenton must enter into an MOU with the Department of Community Affairs as a condition for us to receive the $10 million. And it's actually printed on the actual budget, the budget document from the state.
But did the legislator approve that? Because
Yes.
they approved.
Yeah, that is
aid.
actually, yes, that is actually what the legislators approved.
Is it signed by the legislator that we have to have the MOU?
Madam President, would you like me to read the section? I can give you the citation if that is helpful.
Yeah, please, Mr. Cherry.
The citation, it is on page 144 of the state's budget, page D-61 as labeled in that document. And the statement is as follows. The amount herein above appropriated for Trenton Capital City Aid is subject to the following condition. The City of Trenton shall enter into an agreement with the Department of Community Affairs setting forth the terms and conditions for receipt of such aid, which shall include financial and operational oversight by the Director of the Division of Local Government Services in the Department of Community Affairs. End quote. And I will have the... Oh, I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Cherry, since you have that budget out, is there any, is that language attached to any other city that received capital city aid in that budget?
Madam President, no other city, as we are the capital, no other city has received capital city aid. So unfortunately, we don't have another city that receives this kind of aid that I could compare it to, but that is in the document, and I will make sure that Mr. Conlon receives that document just so all members of council have the citation in case it is helpful for you.
Council
Madam
President?
President,
I'm going to let Councilman Rodriguez speak, and then you, Councilwoman Vaughn. Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Cruz or Mr. Cherry. Well, that MOU, this is the third time we're going to get that money. Capital City Aid, third time. It's not the first. And I don't recall the last 2 years us having to approve any MOU specifically for this money. And also, this MOU had nothing to do with the MOU that we are going through for years, right? It's a separate agreement, right? Can anybody answer me?
Councilman, Madam President, when you say a separate agreement, Councilman Santiago, are you referring to this agreement, or are you referring to the transitional aid agreement that we used to get?
No. The transitional aid was under the old MOU we have.
Yes.
Right? Because I understand we could have 10 or 15 different MOUs with the state, with different agencies, whatever, right or wrong? But is this Capital City A under the old MOU that we have had for 10 years or longer? Is this the same old MOU, or this is a different MOU specifically for this year? Because last year I didn't see this resolution. We didn't vote for this last year or the year before, and we received the $10 million. How did it work? So the legislators went and amended the $10 million Capital City aid.
Councilman,
like, why this year and not the other 2 years prior to?
Yeah. So Councilman, this is actually the second disbursement of the $10 million that we are getting. The first year that we received the $10 million, because we were already under the MOU of the transitional aid. We were under those terms. Last year, when the state budget came to existence for the second year that because this is actually, these $10 million is actually for the second year, which means it's money that we would have gotten last year, and we are receiving it now because they always give us the money at the end of the year, not in the beginning or in the middle. It is always in the end. So this is actually the second disbursement of $10 million. But on that second budget that included these $10 million, they added the language that we had to be under an MOU with the Department of Community Affairs. And your question about, is this a similar kind of an agreement? The answer is yes. It is actually the same, under the same terms.
Go ahead, Councilwoman, because I wanted to ask the question about the Capital City aid. Isn't it in lieu of the taxes that the state owes the city for occupying the buildings in the city? Is that what Capital City aid is? Is it in lieu of taxes?
That's what it was.
I don't know what they're referring to, Madam President, if it's because of we're occupying. I mean, the answer from DCA has always been that they also occupy offices in the city of Newark and other offices, and they don't receive this type of funding.
So I'll come back after Councilwoman Vaughn asks her question. Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very disappointed again. Where's our law department? The MOU is just an agreement that should be negotiated. It isn't a one-way reprimand that the state gets to just say, well, we're not going to give you X, Y, and Z, and this is the way it is. When is the mayor and or the business administrator and or the law department will go and negotiate on behalf of the city? And these are cause for major concern as to whether we should move forward with any of these individuals, except the mayor is duly elected. But if the business administrator and the law department cannot go and negotiate simple contracts with the city, this is unconscionable. And I will just add, this was never part of the MOU. And it shouldn't be. And we need to get a letter out to the state immediately. And we need to write a resolution on that this Capital City aid, this particular fund, this program came about because during the fiscal year 2019, the state tried to hoodwink Trenton into a bridge loan. And we rejected that. And the Council President, you will remember that there was a resolution that was rejecting that loan. Because we were afraid that that loan was going to be called and asked for Trenton to pay it back because it had the description of a loan. And a loan infers the city would have to pay it back. So we fought against that. And I went to Senator Turner and asked her, what can the legislature do to help us? And she went and lobbied and advocated on the behalf of this city that she represents to get this bill passed. And it had nothing to do with transitional aid. The bill was Senate Bill number 3587. And if you read that bill, it has nothing to do with what Mr. Cherry just read. So this is concerning, and the state is reneging on the bill, on the law. And no, the legislature did not pass any. I didn't see any amendment come through for the capital city aid. That speaks to what Mr. Cherry just put forward. If it is such an amendment and the law was put forward, then they must have put it in through some a lame duck session, during Christmas when nobody was around. So I want to know. So I need our law department, I need this council to push back on this and go to the state and ask, was there an amendment put forward? Outside of that, this has nothing to do with capital city aid. Transitional aid, nothing. And it's time for us to stand up and fight for Trenton. This is outrageous. So I will not be voting for this. I will ask that this council and the law department to write the governor and the president of the Senate and Senator Turner and the assembly leader and ask, has this bill been amended to have the language that Mr. Cherry put forward? Because this is unacceptable, and we should not be. It's not a dictatorship. We're in a democracy. So that's all I have to say. And thank you, Council President.
IT, can you please
So-
locate those people with the intentional
Yes.
interruptions and mute them, disable their microphones, please? Anybody with howling or interrupting or anything, please disable the microphones and notify me directly. Thank you.
So
Council President?
I want to ask Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson a question, because Councilwoman, were we getting capital city aid under the Christie administration weren't we getting capital city aid until 2009? Do you remember?
Well,
Councilwoman
yes, we
Caldwell
did
Wilson?
until 2009. I don't know if they had a memorandum of understanding at that time. I wasn't on council.
But we were receiving capital city aid.
When Christie came into office, he removed the capital city aid. That's all I know.
All right. That's just a question that I wanted to ask.
Council
Does
President?
anyone else want to? Yes, go right ahead.
Yes.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Mr. Cruz or Mr. Cherry, whoever can answer. So we had the MOU on the transitional aid, and now with the capital city aid, this would be the second year we got it, and it has the MOU attached to the capital city aid, correct?
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, the answer to that is yes, Mr. Harrison.
Right. So if we were to vote against this, then we lose $10 million.
I will say yes. I mean,
Thank you.
there is a requirement on the actual document of coming out of, the Senate stating that we have to sign an agreement. So I would assume that if we don't sign an agreement, we don't get to $10 million.
Thank you.
Council President?
Go ahead,
Council
Councilwoman Caldwell
President?
Wilson.
Yes, Mr.
Correct.
Cruz, at what time are we supposed to receive this $10 million? Is there a date?
But the disbursements normally come towards the end of the budget year, and we're receiving them now for last year to close out the year.
I'm not sure I understand to close out the last year.
So, Madam President, the disbursements from the state come at almost towards the end of the budget year. So when we were in the fiscal year Our budget year began in July 1st, and we would sometimes get the disbursements around May or June. I'm not sure what took the state so long to give us the $10 million for last year, but it will take that long for them to give us the disbursement.
Okay, so if we held off on this till we got our questions answered, it would not delay the receipt of the capital city aid once we agree.
Correct.
We have time on,
But-
we have time on our hands on this, right?
But we have time on our hands for what, to pass the resolution, Madam Vice President?
Yes, yes.
Well, so it would also delay the budget introduction for this calendar year as well, because now we're talking about us possibly ending with a $10 million budget hole for last year, and then that means we will have to carry it to this year as well.
No, it shouldn't delay the budget process.
It will, because we don't have
in there. It shouldn't delay the budget process, and we can include it in the budget. We just have to have some questions answered.
Right, we would include it. So so we would include it. We will include it in the budget as we received it. On speculating, right? But if this council chooses not to pass this resolution, then we're out of a $10 million that we will then have to amend the budget for a $10 million loss. Carry the $10 million loss from last year, and then carry it into this year, and then we will not be permitted to anticipate $10 million for this year as well.
Mr. Collins,
So it creates a bigger hole.
Mr. Cruz, we have another
Yes.
scenario here of the sky is falling. I think that, by the next meeting, we should be straightened out. We should be able to get the information that we require and get the letter off to the governor and whatever, to have them explain whether that legislation has been amended or not. And if we wait until the next meeting, there should not be an issue.
Madam President, I mean, this is the will of the council, and that, you can vote however you would like to.
So, I agree with Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, but the other question is, what about this operational control? What is that about? Because I remember Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson had stated when we went to DCA, and Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson said to them that the capital city aid was never under the guidelines of the MOU, and that the capital city aid was never attached to oversight. So there was two things that Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson has stated when we met with the Lieutenant Governor, Shirley Turner, and a couple other, I think it was Melanie Walters at the time. And she put on record that the capital city aid had never been a part of the MOU, and the capital city aid had never been under the fiscal oversight. So all of a sudden now, all of a sudden now, we're seeing that the administration and the governor's office has attached this. So I need to know about this operational control here, because to me, you say that, oh, you're waiting for the state, but if the state is wanting to control the capital city aid and they don't want to let us out of the MOU, then to me, this is a complete takeover within itself. Because when we did the 6-month calendar year, I was told that you couldn't stay on the capital city aid, the transitional aid. that once you did that 6-month calendar year, all of that had to go away because we were supposedly generating enough cash going to that 6-month calendar year that we should have no longer needed to depend on transitional aid. So there's too many different decisions, too many different too many different stipulations put to this capital city aid now. Now they want to monitor it. So I just want to know about the operational control, because I believe that if they attach this to any type of MOU and put this under fiscal oversight, that they are literally controlling the city. But yet and still, they only control it when they deem it necessary. They didn't control it when the mayor gave himself and all of his directors a raise. They didn't do any fiscal oversight on that. They didn't do any fiscal oversight when the department, the Housing and Economic Development Department, spent $600,000 under the UEZ program in the middle of the pandemic. So now you're saying we want to do oversight on the 10 million. But where were you at when that 600,000 was spent? Where were you at when the mayor gave all of his directors a raise without coming before the council? So these are double standards to me. And somebody needs to explain the operational control to me. Mr. Cruz?
Hi, Madam President. I mean, you're asking a question that can only be addressed by the Department of Community Affairs. I don't have the answers as to why DCA continues to request that we enter into MOUs with the state.
Well, the letter that Councilwoman Vaughn said needs to go out to the representatives of the 15th District, Senator Turner, Anthony Borelli, Reynolds Jackson, and to the House Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor. That letter needs to go out ASAP. And I see that Mr. Gonzalez is on this line, and they need to give us an answer back as soon as possible. And we need to get that letter out to them as soon as possible.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, we do need to get the letter out. But I just don't understand, again, why are we doing the administration's job? The business administrator, he says, well, those questions have to be answered. Well, he should have answered. He should have asked them. He's the business administrator. His statutory duties is to run all departments of the city and manage the budget and facilitate the budget. So he is supposed to, along the mayor, to get those question answers even before it came to council. The level of incompetence of this administration is just unreal. The business administrator comes in front of the duly elected council and says that he has not even posed a question, and he wants the council to do it. It's just, this is why the city is in this situation. The mayor, the business administrator, the law department, why did the council was informed of this supposed change until now? They should have already negotiated with the state. The mayor took us to court because we wanted to meet with an outside state agency without him. He called us out and said, he's the mayor. He has the executive authority. to go out to outside agency and negotiate with them. And every opportunity he gets, he fails to do it. And here we are in front of us, and it's pretty much now we're all of a sudden taking on the role that we probably shouldn't even be doing. He should, the business administrator, along with the law department that represents all entities of the city, should have immediately pushed back on this. What is it that they want us to do, the council? So yeah, the law department needs to get that letter together. The business administrator needs to go make an appointment. And the business administrator negotiate all the other towns. Business administrator goes to the local finance board, negotiate on behalf of their city. Not our business administrator. So I'm just saying this is unacceptable. And I just want the city and the residents to know that what the roles of the council, what the role of the council is, what the role of the business administrator is, what the role of the mayor is. It is the mayor who's supposed to negotiate with the governor and the state and DCA and the memorandum of understanding to get us out of it, to negotiate better terms, to get more money for us. Not the council. Yes, we're happy to support that. I have no problem with proposing or making recommendations of what we should do and how we should do it and who should do it. But these are basic. This is what they're supposed to do. It's the mayor. It's a shame. It's a shame. And I just cried for Trenton. I cried for Trenton. Terrible. And now they're talking about, just move forward. I mean, we're on the right track. Let's go ask the state what's different. Has the law been amended? If not, they need to not try to usurp us. And if they want to take over, they can't act unlawfully. If they want to take over Trenton, then take over Trenton. But they're not going to do it haphazardly and willy-nilly like they're doing, sending little changes here and there. This is unacceptable. And we as a government should not tolerate it. If we have to take the governor to court, we will have to do that because he doesn't get to deal with us in this haphazard, willy-nilly way. We got to demand better for Trenton, for our residents, for our taxpayers. We're paying, the hell to high heaven in taxes. So the governor needs to know how to do business. That's why he's an epic fail too. But nonetheless, he's not going to deal with this city like this anymore. So I would just get our law department. If it's not going to be Mr. Bridges, then Mr. Bridges needs to sign as an attorney who can write that letter and do it well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Council President?
I think Mr. Kaloji could write the letter, but you asked the question,
Councilwoman
Vaughn, and you said, why the council? Well, the reason the council is because once we vote on this, the onus falls on us. So we need to be clear on what we're voting for before we actually cast that vote. Because once it's voted on, the onus falls on the council.
Council President?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Yes, we voted for the $10 million. We voted for the $10 million capital city aid last year. I'm not sure why you think it's changed.
I guess you didn't hear the rest of the conversation.
I did hear the rest of the coverage, but if you would have done your homework, you would have realized that the capital city aid was stated that it was under the MOU. So I'm not sure. So if we don't vote for the $10 million, then we're going to lose out on it. So I'm not sure how you're not getting that. It was stated that it's under the MOU. It's stated right in there. It was just read to us. I'm not sure how we're saying it's not in there. It was just read to us. We're saying it's not there, but it was read to us. I'm not sure how you're saying it's not there. It's in writing. So it comes to, if you want the $10 million, you have to do the MOU. And the city of Trenton needs $10 million. We need money to balance the budget. We need to get new equipment for all different departments. We need to move the city forward. But if we're going to say, no, we don't need $10 million. Go, for any of you guys who want to do that, good luck, because I think we need all the money we can get. Thank you.
So Mr. Conlon, if we can, on Thursday, if we can table this until this letter is written So we will be looking to table 22046 until we get that letter out to the to all of the people that we spoke about earlier.
So I will mark it for roll call. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. This is Resolution 22-047, a resolution establishing a City Cannabis Advisory Committee, CAC, appointed by Trenton City Council pursuant to Section 146-20 of the City of Trenton Code.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, I had wrote to council and who is that?
Mr. Collin, these people that's on the line, they are being super rude.
Yes, they
This
are.
is not the first time.
To be
And
blocked.
I'm asking IT to find them and to mute them permanently because this is too much.
So please, IT, disable any microphones of anybody who interrupts the council meeting going forward. Thank you very much. We can, at the, we can ask to open back up for public portion. Mr. Kaloji says it's all right. And sorry, Council President, we will try to mute them as they come along.
Yes. So so the language here, again, this goes to the role of the City Council and our statutory powers. So it is the city, it's the council, and Mr. Kaloji and or Mr. Bridges can chime in. But I just want to say that the Trenton City Council, municipal council period, not just in Trenton, but in part of our state government. The municipality, the council of the municipality is the entity that has the power statutorily to create and dissolve boards, commissions, authorities, etc. We create them and we dissolve them. Every board, every commission in the city has been created by your municipal council. Maybe not this council, but councils in the past. So the fact that the administration introduced this is unacceptable. And I mentioned it to the council leadership and my other council members. I would want it reclassified so it's properly introduced, that it should come from the council. And we just don't have appointing authority. We have creation authority. Okay, so we have creation and appointing authority. So this resolution needs to be amended, and it should state the actual statute that gives the council those powers. So that's all I wanted to say, and I want to roll call it so it can be amended properly. And I had asked also that whoever wrote this document had put in specific names and attempting to appoint people, which they have no authority to do. So, and I want those names removed, and I just want the title, because this advisory board is going to be perpetual, right, until the council decides to dissolve it, and that could be a council 10 years from now, 5 years, who knows. So the people that they are proposing here may not even be in Trenton. So it's inappropriate to put names to roles on a piece of legislation, okay? So it just goes, again, speaks to the incompetence of the people who are charged with running our city. So please have that amended to only the roles, not individuals. Thank you, Council President. And hopefully if we can do those amendments now, tonight or Thursday, I would want them to be done and roll called as well.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I don't know who wrote this, but this is like incredible.
It's incredible.
The mayor is going to appoint everybody there. Everybody that is there is going to be appointed by the mayor. We will have no say at all. One council member, one person, that's it. No. This has to be rewritten, like Ms. Bond said, completely. And we should participate in the writing of it, how it's going to be written. This is not the way these boards are composed in other cities. You know, this is all the administration, you know, except for one person. I don't know how, but I'm not going to vote for this. I'll vote no for this until it's rewritten the proper way. And I should ask Ms. Bond to participate in writing it. That's all I have to say.
Is there anyone else to speak to the Cannabis Committee resolution?
Oh,
Okay,
Council
that'll be
President,
roll call.
oh,
Yes,
Council
go ahead.
President, I just want to add one more housekeeping item. It's to the process. When, like Councilman Rodriguez said, there is a process, right? And it's a legal process. So in Trenton, we have no structures in place to be conducting a lot of the transactions that we conduct, but we're trying to get those structures in place. So when we create a board, an authority, et cetera, I had consulted with our council attorney to inquire, and we have time to do it because we are requesting it to be, fine-tuned and rewritten pursuant to the laws. And going to, there's a potential that we might probably have to go to DCA. I believe anytime a municipality creates a department, an office, a board, a committee, or authority in its municipality, we have to inform DCA. DCA provides oversight of all municipalities through guidance, not just fiscal oversight by MOU, but they also provide other services to municipalities. So we want to make sure we create and we're doing things, to the letter of the law or the rule of law. I don't know which one is the right statement, but because when I worked with Adam Cruz in the beginning and Mr. Morelli, our former law director, to try to create an office of contract compliance and affirmative action in the city of Trenton, Mr. Morelli said we had to go to DCA to get approval because there was some budget requirements related to it. So I can understand that. Although there may not be any budget requirements, but we don't know. I just think that, and now we're embarking on creating a redevelopment agency. There was a question of perhaps dissolving the parking authority. So anytime we create, the council creates or dissolve an entity in the city, I think that we may have to consult with DCA as a passive type approval, whatever. But I wanted Mr. Kaloji to chime in and get some answers. So, Mr. Kaloji, do you make any progress on that?
No, I sent you an email. We had reached out today to the individual, and I left an email. I sent an email and I left a telephone message, and I haven't had communication that I expected within the next day or so.
Well, he's on the call he's on the call this evening, so he hear you loud and clear, Councilwoman. So he should be in touch with Mr. Kaloji because he is on this call.
Thank you, Council President. So if we can roll call this until Thursday until we get some answers as to, and also the amendment of the resolution, we need DCA's approval or we need to put an application in or notification or something, that's fine. But please roll call it. Thanks.
You may
Council
continue,
President?
Mr. Collins. Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Yeah. Yes, on the resolution, it states A, mayor, B, council member, C, council member, D, business administrator, E, housing and economic director, F, police director, G, planning board, H, East Ward committee member, I, West Ward committee member, J, South Ward committee member, and K, South Ward committee member. So there are people from the community that are going to be involved. So it's not just going to be just the mayor. There's going to be other people that are going to be involved from the 2 council members and other community members from the community. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 community members, 2 council members, other directors, and the mayor. But it's an overall collaboration of the cannabis that we should be moving forward. So hopefully this council will consider and move this forward. Thank you very much.
Mr. Collins, this will be roll called, possibly tabled if it can't be rewritten so that the duties and the actual appointments lie where they should, and that is with the legislative body. And till we get some type of answers from DCA, if we can get those and this can be rewritten by Thursday, then we don't have to worry about tabling it. If not, then it will be tabled until we get those answers. Thank you, Mr. Collin. We may continue. Roll call for 22-047.
Yes, ma'am. Just taking my notes. Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-048. This is a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.4 et sec to Souter, Shabazz and Woolridge Law Group LLP to provide professional legal services regarding workers' compensation defense for the City of Trenton for a period of 1 year from the time of award in an amount not to exceed $120,000 at an hourly rate of $150 per hour through RFP 2021-55.
So the only thing that go right ahead,
Oh.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No, I did again inform council leadership about the inventory of the annual inventory of legal contracts. They're all up for renewal. That's why, to the public, that's why you're going to see so many on here tonight. But this one I have a concern with because I've never seen it before. And also my question to Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges, and as well as my colleagues here on council, is we had agreed that going forward, we were going to be a little bit more prudent about issuing long-term contracts to law firms or, professional services organizations like law firms. So we said that we were going to be, limit the duration of the contract, instead of just, blanketly giving everybody a 12-month contract for X amount of dollars, that we were going to monitor it over a 6-month period. So I don't understand why each resolution or contract that's being introduced this evening for approval has a year on it. Every contract has a year. So Mr. Kaloji had given us some good advice and recommendations on how other municipalities, and I think at the time, Councilwoman Marge Caldwell-Wilson agreed that it is prudent to limit the duration, and law firms shouldn't get, by default, 12 months. Because if you give them a $100,000 contract, they're going to draw down $100,000. So we should, monitor the contract for actual deliverables and work being done. So, but giving somebody a year at at some of these rates, it's just, I think that the council, we should reconsider and negotiate with Mr. Bridges and some of these, have Mr. Bridges go back to some of these entities and let them know that they're not going to get a blanketed by default 12 months. Thanks, Council President.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
So, Mr. Bridges, we had talked about 048 and 049 and the fact that the contract year is not in the resolution. And I thought that was going to be changed, and you were going to put the contract date, because this is saying 1 year from the time of award, but it has to be on record on this resolution what their contract year is.
We can make that
Bridges?
amendment. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, she can hear you.
Yes, we can make that amendment. We did discuss it. It was not made, but it can be made before Thursday's meeting to reflect the date that it goes into effect. So it's spelled out specifically on there. I'll let Mr. Cruz talk about it if he has anything to add to that.
Can you
Yes,
have this to Mr. Palmer? Sorry.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay.
So, my question was, Mr. Bridges, we had spoke a year ago in reference to pulling back on these outside firms and tapping into the resources and building out our law department. And then we also spoke about the monetary difference. Instead of giving them $100,000, we would give them the 50,000, so forth and so on. So my concern is I see several new attorneys in this batch, and I'm trying to determine why we're bringing on more attorneys after we discussed scaling back, and rather than scale back, we're increasing these attorneys, and I have a problem with that. And we spoke about this at length. So I'm just not willing to increase the law firms that we deal with. And
Council President, somebody need to mute themselves because they're having difficulty breathing and they're sniffing, and it's just very intrusive. So they should just mute themselves if they're not speaking.
so that's my concern, is adding more firms to our roster rather than scaling back, and increasing the dollar amount instead of scaling that back too. So those are my greatest concerns. I will not be voting for 22-048. I believe that we have enough law firms on our roster, and I will not add any more to that roster when we should be scaling back. We're spending all kind of money here, and that
Council
was not
President?
the agreement.
Council President, if I may, with your permission, 048, in terms of firms that are already on our roster, they already are on our roster and have been handling this work for the city, and quite frankly, based on some recent developments, are really the only firm that will come before you today that does this type of workers' compensation work. So this is not an addition. This is an existing firm that is doing this work for us, has been doing this work for us, and as I just said, they have a real litany of cases that they're working on in the hundreds and beyond that they're working on. So this is not anything new. This is an entity that's been working for us, and I would just ask that you, any questions you have with respect to this, I'm happy to have a call with you tomorrow, but it's very important for the city to have a workers' compensation firm working on the workers' compensation cases. This is the only one.
Is a workers' compensation attorney?
Who's that?
Trimboli.
I don't know what Trimboli is.
No, I'm just straight up asking a question. It's yes or no.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Madam President, if I
Yes.
may answer.
Yes.
Madam President, yes, Trimboli is personnel, but don't forget, Trimboli is actually being weeded out of the process. They are only working on cases that they have been given a couple of years back. And so they have not been issued new cases for the last year or so. It's just that because they were doing most of the police department cases, there is pending litigation that they need to continue to work on. As far as the Souter Shabazz from Woodbridge, Ms. Shabazz has actually come in front of counsel on several occasions to discuss cases for workers' compensation when we're doing settlements. I recall her being in the council conference room on a couple of occasions when we used to have the meetings in the council conference room.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collin, this could be roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-049, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.4 et sec to the law firm of Hoagland, Longo, Moran, Dunst, and Dukas, LLP, to provide professional legal services regarding workers' compensation defense for the city of Trenton for a period of 1 year from time of award in an amount not to exceed $50,000 at an hourly rate of $140 per hour through RFP 2021-55.
Is this a new law firm, Mr. Bridges?
This is not a new law firm. However, if with Council President's permission, I think this should, if we could discuss this potentially in executive session. There was a recent development with this firm. We've had two workers' compensation firms for the city for some time, the first being the 48, this being the second one. We received an email today, Mr. Cruz, myself, regarding some developments with this firm, such that they may not be able to continue to work on workers' compensation claims going forward. But I would be much more comfortable talking about that in the executive session, if with Council President's permission, obviously.
Thank you. Alrighty, so this is a possibility that this will be pulled by the administration?
No, no, will not be pulled. I don't think there's need to. I think I just need to get some information to this body, and I can do that through the clerk or by way of email. But there was an email that was sent that needs to be considered when voting on this, and also considering the prior one.
Yeah, that's why I advertised exec for both days. I just have one procedural thing. If you could actually pull it to the next meeting, because to have for discussion in exec, I would need to advertise that, and then that would be at the next meeting.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
If you want to have a discussion.
Yeah, we can. Yes, Madam President, we can pull this one for now until you discuss it on exec and put it for the next meeting if necessary. Thank you.
Well, Adam, you can just pull it to the next meeting, and I'll put it up for next meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty.
Okay, please find it. Yeah, that person gets permanently muted at this point in time, and I got you this time. Your mic is now disabled. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 22-050. I'm sorry, that's pulled. Okay, let me bring this up on the screen. Resolution 22-050, a resolution accepting bids and awarding a contract to Shoes for Crews, LLC for the furnishing and delivery, FOB, of footwear, that means freight on board of footwear, on an as-needed basis for the City of Trenton employees for a period of 1 year from date of award and an amount.
So this could be part of the consent agenda. If no one has any questions in reference to the foot gear for the police department, traffic patrol. Council members, if there's no questions for this particular one, we can make this a part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-051. This is a resolution accepting bids and awarding a contract to Smart Stitch, LLC for the furnish and delivery FOB of uniforms and footwear on an as-needed basis for the City of Trenton employees for a period of 1 year from date of award in an amount not to exceed $389,035 through bid 2021-75.
Okay. If there's no objection, we can put this as part of the consent agenda. This is for uniforms for our city workers. Yes.
Council President, next we have Resolution 22-052. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Law Office of Mally Gibbons Counsels at Law to provide professional legal services for the Trenton Ethics Board through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2020. Exceed $25,000 through RFP 2021-65.
Madam President, can we roll call this one?
Yes. So yes, we can. So, Mr. Collin, can you put up the resolution that we passed? I believe it was in early 2021.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Council President, may I ask a
Yes,
question?
yes, go right ahead.
For that, I had a resolution to walk on this evening. Did we go to walk on? those already?
No, it's to the back. We pushed
Okay.
it to the back of the agenda.
Mhm.
Ma'am, the date of the resolution was, and I'm going to put it up on the screen here, if you just bear with me. Date of the resolution was the 21-162. And it's up on the screen. It's Resolution 21-162. This was the award of the contract to, and this is, I'm sorry, this wasn't done in my office, to, they have Maley Givens, but it's actually Maley Givens to provide professional legal services for the Trenton Ethics Board through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA. So that was $25,000 on May 13th, 2021. That's the resolution you're looking for, ma'am?
Yes, it is. So the problem with this new resolution, which I've already stated, Maui Givens was given a $25,000 contract, and they were also given a time period to complete the investigation at the Trenton Parking Authority. And the problem that I'm having with this whole entire resolution is that when we gave this new contract over to the ethics board, the Maui Givens firm had already rendered an opinion. And once the members of the parking authority came to the council expressing their concern with their report, they stated that they weren't finished. So the council, wanting to be fair, said, well, you know what? They said they weren't finished with their report. What we'll do is we'll allow them to finish. We'll give them 6 months to complete the report with the Trenton Parking Authority. So when the 6 months was coming to an end, we asked Mr. Kaloji to start inquiring about where they were with their final report. We got nothing from this law firm. And then I think it was the day that we were about to discuss it, they came back and said, oh, you didn't hear from us because the parking authority would not release their minutes. And so we're taking them into court for not releasing their minutes. First of all, as any other minutes, the minutes are public. They're open to the public. Why did this law firm, Maui Givens, have to file a lawsuit into court to get minutes that they could have just opened and received them? It made no sense. Then they never communicated with this council at all about the Trenton Parking Authority's investigation, if they were nearing completion, or if they needed more time. They never came forward until we start asking questions. Maui Givens had no authority to go into court without just talking or having the ethics board come to us like they came to us to ask us for an extension. They could have also came back to us and said, listen, we're running into some trouble. But the fact that they said they have to go into court to get minutes, it makes no sense at all. And this is one of the reasons why we don't have any confidence in this firm. Until to date, they have not delivered anything to the ethics board so that they could wrap up their investigation in the Trenton Parking Authority. And we allocated $25,000 to this law firm for that investigation. And I just wanted the public to see that there had been monies allocated to this law firm. They have not completed the investigation that they were given 6 months to complete. And therefore, I will not be voting to give them another $25,000 for a report that they never, ever submitted to the ethics board for us to get, or for the people over at the parking authority to be able to wrap their that investigation up. Thank you, Mr. Conlon. This is definitely not this one on the screen, but the one that's up is definitely for a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to move on?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-053, a resolution authorizing the payment of $150,000 to the law offices of Inglesino, Webster, Wycasilia, and Taylor, LLC, and I'm sorry if I didn't get any of the names right, for services rendered on general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec.
You can roll call this.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to move on, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Next, we have a Resolution 22-054, resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Inglesino, Webster, Wycasilia, and Taylor, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec. for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $75,000 through RFP 2021-58.
This is roll call 22054.
So,
Yes.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
wasn't the previous one, or they got two contracts?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Could the law director explain why?
I'm here. What's the question?
This law firm has two contracts. One at a rate of $75,000, and the other one was what? I'm sorry.
The prior one was not a contract. If you read the actual resolution, it's for work that they've been doing. I sent an email around about this and actually requested this be discussed in executive session because there is some attorney-client privilege information related to that. But if you read the resolution, the prior resolution is not a contract. It's a resolution to pay for services already rendered.
Yeah, that is concerning. You can pull this one. I won't be voting for this one. I don't know. It's just very confusing, or it's just very, it's just, did we approve a contract for those services, Mr. Bridges?
There was a contract during that fiscal year that had to be amended but was not amended. During that time period, we have several cases, as you will see in the body of that resolution, that were ongoing, many of which the firm could not withdraw their representation to protect the city's interests, but also many of the courts would likely not allow them to separate from representation at this time. A lot of them are on the eve of litigation. So while that contract was in full force and effect during the year, it was beyond the dollar amount, and we need to come to you guys for an amendment. And that amendment was not voted favorably. However, the work was still being done, and in order to protect the city's interest and also with the court's behest, those firms were still representing the city in those cases. And the cases are actually listed in the body of the resolution.
Okay, so I don't understand how could a law firm continue to be doing work when the council has terminated the contract was expired.
It didn't terminate.
And I believe when we did an exercise and we asked each law firm to provide all their invoices to at least close out that fiscal year. So I don't understand how they were able to continue to work and void of a contract. And then now they're coming back. It's like some of these companies who have come back to us and say, oh, we had an emergency contract 2 years ago and we want to get paid. But you can't continue to do work just because you want to without approval from the council and then come back and say you owe us money.
Like I said, my apologies. I did send an email around to the entire council as well as to Mr. Collin, because a lot of my responses and a lot of information I need to give you, I can't give in an open public forum like this. It is truly attorney-client privilege and anticipation litigation. I'm just saying to answer the question that you're asking.
I just asked for a specific question related to process. How can an entity do work without approval from the council? You're saying that they were doing work in lieu of a contract.
Yeah, they had a contract that was in force at that time. However,
but there was no more money on it.
They went beyond the amount of that contract.
Yeah,
as you recall, as well as your attorney that the city is providing, when they have a lot of work and they go over the dollar amount, you have to go back to council for an amendment. Now, the contract's still in force in effect for that year, as evidenced by the resolution.
But they never came back for an amendment like my attorney has done.
They did come back for an amendment.
No.
But it got voted down.
Yes, and that's and therefore the response I have to give you is something that needs to be discussed in executive.
We'll take it off. We'll take it to the docket. This is unreal. You can't do work, Mr. Bridges. I'm just asking for your legal opinion. You can't do work, right? I'm not even talking just generally. Any contractor can't do work. They could have came for an extension. An emergency extension, but to just continue to do the work and then say, you owe us.
Like for example, just to give a real-time illustration, because these law firms have not been put before this council for a period of time, the attorneys representing you right now is representing you without a contract. Because for, emergent circumstances, extenuating circumstances, your attorney who's representing you does not have a contract. So, but that's, you asked the question, that's the reality. The attorney representing you does not have a contract. It's still representing. But it's still representing your interests.
I'm advocating for your friends.
I'm not advocating for friends. I'm stating the reality. You have an attorney that's working for you right now without a contract.
So point of order. Point of order.
No.
Yes, that's true.
No, it's not.
Point of order.
All right, let me just clarify.
Point of order, Mr. Bridges. So, Mr. Bridges, Councilwoman Vaughn, the only thing that I want to add to this, Councilwoman Vaughn, I wanted to add something to this. Mr. Bridges is saying to you that the attorney that you have on board now is representing you without a contract. The attorneys that's representing us still have money on their books, and there's still money for them to draw down to pay for the services that they've already rendered. Now,
not true.
Now, Mr. Bridges.
Who was that?
Well, if it's an attorney, then they can speak up so we can take them off the roster too. So, Mr. Bridges, I asked you to provide the council with the cases that all of these attorneys had, the pending cases, and their invoices that they have drawn down on. And you stated that you could not get us that information. You have a whole team of
I
attorneys.
I actually had someone from my staff, and I'll give Ms. James from our office credit for that. She actually took the time the past 2 days to compile the information, and in fact was emailed today.
Today,
Today, yes, you asked me for information from 30 firms
on
that are
Thursday.
representing city, how much they're getting paid in
On
every case they're
Thursday.
working on. You asked me that on Friday. That was sent to you today, all of that information, in very organized spreadsheet PDF
And so
format.
we're supposed to process that information today. All righty.
Council
Mr.
President, I will ask, just before I just, I'm not asking Mr. Bridges, but I will request that, I don't want just any old information. I want the invoices. I want the invoices that this law firm submitted for payment of the work that it has claimed that it has done. And I want those invoices dated, and I want them the work itemized. So, Mr. Bridges, send us the invoices for all the work that this law firm has been doing post the contract expiration. Okay? Give me those invoices. That's what I want.
This resolution will be roll called. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just finish my notes from Ms. Vaughn's request.
Invoices. Thank you, Mr.
Post,
Collins.
you said post the resolution that was passed in May that failed.
That expired, yep. Thank you.
Mr. Conlon, can you answer the question? Because I didn't see anything that was sent out from the law department today. Did something come out from the law department?
About 3:45 or so, I did get an email. I did forward it to the body. It was late. It was, it was right before the meeting. That's actually when I got it. So I believe it was somewhere around that I got it, but that's actually when I got to it. I had
I
200.
received it, Council President.
But it did go out. It did go out
At what
late
time?
today. I received it at 2:23 p.m. I sent out 4:53 p.m. I had some other stuff that I was doing in between there and was getting through emails. So that's when I got to that one. Like I said, I had about 200 to go through. So that's when it came in today, 2:23 p.m.
Thank you.
Madam President, the only information that came was the names of the clients that we're working on. That was it. Just names there.
Let me take a look. Yes, there is. Let me see what was sent. I didn't actually look through it yet.
Just names, that's it.
Mr. Conlon, can you pull up your notes from the review?
Yeah, I actually have them right here.
So what did I ask for?
You got nothing.
You would ask for, actually, let me pull up that email.
And Council President, the receipts are also in that email.
Yeah, I believe the receipts, what matters they were working on, and just on the fly, my email is because the actual request came right after docket review. So just bear with me. Mr. Bridges, if you have the email, you could help me out. But let me see where it is. This is from... Here it is. Council leadership, a memorandum detailing the following: a spreadsheet or other accounting admin report of all payments made to the firm by firm name, payment date, and amount of each payment for fiscal year 21 and transitional year 21. Listing of all matters each firm is working on or assigned to or proposed to be assigned to for calendar year 21. Transitional year 21, fiscal year 21, and calendar year 22. The total amount of outstanding bills presently to each firm which have not been paid.
Thank you. And so, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, you received all of that today?
I'm sorry?
Did you receive all of that today?
Yes.
Yeah.
From Mr. Conlon.
Alrighty. Thank you. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. This is, and once again, that came out, I sent it out at 4:53, got it at 2:23. That's roll call. Next, we have Resolution 22-055. Resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Law Office of Wentz, Goldman, and Spitzer to provide professional legal services regarding redevelopment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-56.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
So, yes, this is for the council's redevelopment attorney, John Hoffman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So what is the rate? What is his hourly rate? What is John's, Mr. Hoffman's hourly rate? Does it say it on here? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's $175 for partners, $135 for associates, and $85 for paralegals.
Okay. Mr. Bridges, has Mr. Hoffman, a contract from last transition calendar year has been paid? All his bills have been paid up to date?
Yes.
And that last contract has now fully expired?
Yes.
All the money on that contract, previous contract, has now expired.
Yes, if you recall, we amended it a few council meetings ago to reflect the proper hourly rate, and that was basically to close that contract out. This is for the next fiscal year.
Okay,
The
so
one currently in.
so you received all invoices, and that contract has been totally drawn down on, correct?
I don't know if it's been totally drawn down on. Just by way of background, if you have a specific dollar amount, for example, $50,000, and the firm does $40,000 worth of work, they would have drawn down $40,000 of that 50. So I can't sit here and tell you whether it's been fully drawn down, but it's been drawn down to the point where their bills have been paid. If that's your question.
Yeah, that's my question. But my other question is, if it's been drawn down, so we should not expect any other outstanding invoices or requests from Mr. Hoffman indicating that he has not been paid from a previous from work that he has done during the duration of his previous contract.
Duration of his previous contract for the transition
For the period of his previous contract. There's nothing. He's not going to come back.
No, there should be nothing outstanding. No.
Yeah. So he's billed for all the work that was defined in that contract.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. I have no other questions, Council President, on this particular resolution.
You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. And is this roll call or consent, ma'am?
It could be consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-056. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Eric M. Bernstein and Associates, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding insurance litigation and insurance matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $100,000 through RFP 2021-57.
Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Now, the law firm of Eric Bernstein, Mr. Bridges, this is the same law firm. You said that we're contracting here in this resolution for insurance services. Aren't they the law firm that's presiding over the MPS, the police department the lawsuit?
That case, amongst other cases, yes.
Okay, so this needs to be amended to state that they are working on that case.
They're actually going to work on a bunch of cases, so it's more telling you the general area they're going to work on. We'd have to amend every resolution every time we signed a firm a case.
but I think that this particular Eric Bernstein, he is I think that it's a critical one, and I think that the insurance one doesn't. I think that all the other law firms that you said, if it's like, for instance, Riker Danzig, they're just doing water law. I don't know any other legal expertise they're providing. So there may be some that's providing a couple expertise, legal expertise. But in this case, Eric Bernstein, I think that that needs to be clearly defined, that they're also litigating not just insurance, but other litigation matters for the city of Trenton. It should say that.
I'll make that amendment first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, thanks.
Seeing no objections, this could be consent agenda.
Well, if it's going to be amended,
Roll call, it's going to be
it's
amended.
going to have to be a roll call.
To
Man.
include other litigation.
Okay.
Unless Mr. Cohen will allow that amendment to be made on the floor, because it really is only a word or two.
Yeah, I mean, if Ms. Vaughn has no objection to, allowing it be consent with the insertion of that language, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the Council President,
Yes.
you're good with that consent then? Ms. Vaughn has acquiesced to consent with the amendment?
Yes, definitely.
Anybody else from the body object, I guess, is
So the amendment will be
move
made.
forward. Gotcha.
Alrighty.
Let's see. Next we have, this is Resolution 22-057. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Court, Bundy, Barity, and Kinsella, attorneys at law, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $35,000 through RFP 2021-58.
That is the attorney that I use for the litigation. If anybody have any questions, if not, then it will go into the consent agenda. You may continue, Mr.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-058, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Gardy Law Firm to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-58.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Now, I don't know how this particular law firm got back on, that the legal department is introducing for another brand new contract. Last time, the firm was winding down from their contract, and we gave them some additional funds on it, and we approved it. Because she represented John Morelli for a minute there. So I got to tell you, I'm not going to be voting for this. But I don't know what cases she's working on now, because she was supposed to not even, she said she was winding down her efforts and there was nothing outstanding. So I would want to know what she's working on that warrants this contract, Mr. Bridges. Can you get that to us before Thursday?
Yeah, I think, unless I just maybe missed it, that is in the information that was emailed to Mr. Conlon, that was in turn emailed to you, i.e. the cases that they're working on and what they've been paid in the past. So I think you should have that information.
But she should have nothing, but this law firm should have no work from a previous contract being carried over. You should have nothing.
This is the first I'm hearing that they should have nothing. When I came here, the firm had an existing contract and was doing work. The firm is continuing to do litigation, and based on since I've been here, my understanding is that they've been doing work. They've been under contract. They're handling ongoing litigation, and
I will pull the contract that we had this discussion that she got an extension because she said that she had outstanding work, and it was for 25 grand, I believe. And we said,
do you know when that was?
Oh, it was about
It
6 months ago.
October of 2020 or so. She represented John Morelli during the removal proceedings.
Didn't he?
But she represented John Morelli, and then John Morelli, and then John Morelli sued the city. So I don't know if she represented him.
Yep. And we gave her an extension. I can find that resolution. I remember this clearly. And at that point, you argued, Mr. Bridges, that she had some work outstanding, and we obliged.
No, she does actually have work outstanding right now.
She should be. Well, that's what I'm saying. We were under the impression that we paid up on the other contract. And this is the problem this is the question I had on the last one. When is it that these attorneys get to carry over work? We don't pay for carryover. You're supposed to get the work done. Reality is the contract. That's the reality.
Right, that you
The contract is agreed. You don't get to change it, and you don't get to go beyond the scope of work to say, at the last minute, I need more money because, it's taking me longer than I thought. That's absurd. So, again, Mr. Collin, can you, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bridges, can we pull it was 2020? I thought it was one before that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, ma'am. Just give me a
I believe it was in 2021. But nonetheless, can we roll call this? And I will make sure I do my homework as well before Thursday on the Gardy Law Firm, because the last contract we extended, we gave her additional funding to wind down the outstanding work that she had yet to complete. And I'm surprised to see a whole new contract and to say that she's still doing more work and it's being carried over.
Let me give you another illustration, if I may. How long has your attorney been representing you in your litigation?
Oh, well, it ain't about my attorney.
No, but I'm saying litigation is based on the courts, how the court schedules things.
Mr. Valente has put in his invoices, and you have asked for them, and he has delivered. I don't see these.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with invoice. You asked how long contracts go, and is it based on litigation? And we've had to renew your attorney's contract because your litigation has been going.
Mr. Bridges.
He's making it personal, my friend, and I'm going to make it personal when it counts. Remember that. I'm going to make it personal when it counts, my friend.
Councilwoman.
Council President, what does that mean? Is that a threat?
Council President.
Sounds like a threat. You might want to address that. Sounds like a threat.
Mr. Harrison,
do something about that, Council President. That's a threat. That's a threat. Do something about it.
Mr. Harrison, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson has the floor.
Mr. Bridges, my piece of advice is if the mayor would stop taking counsel to court anytime he doesn't get his way, we wouldn't have to constantly pay for these attorneys.
Council President, the purpose of what I'm saying is litigation is a slow process. If you have a firm, and this is fiscally being responsible, it has nothing to do with council's TIF or the mayor's TIF. This is just the realities of life. If you have major litigation where you have a death of a child, a wrongful death, a hit and run accident, serious injury, litigation takes 2 to 3 years minimum. With COVID, probably more than that. It would be fiscally irresponsible to assign a firm to learn the case, exchange discovery in the case, go through motion practice, be before the court, enter into settlement negotiations, to then basically say we as a city no longer want you to represent us. We're going to reassign this to a new firm who knows nothing about this case, who knows nothing about the facts, who knows nothing about the discovery. It's going to cost every time we do that $50,000 to $100,000 for a firm to get up to speed on representing the city's interest. That would basically balloon the litigation budget by 100%, because you're taking years of knowledge, years of understanding a case and saying, the people who have that expertise, who have met with the witnesses, who have touched this case, who are able to represent the city's interest, we're taking this case from them and assigning it fresh to a firm who has no freaking clue what the freaking case is about. It's going to cost $50,000 to $100,000 a year. That's why these firms that are being brought before you that have the lesser rates, as we discussed at docket review, are back before here. Not because we're giving them new cases, because they have to finish the cases that they're working on. It's the continuity of litigation, and it's fiscally irresponsible, i.e. stupid, to take the cases from them and sign to a firm that knows nothing about the case. That's why these firms with the lesser amount are back before you.
Mr.
President.
Collins.
Roll call that, Ms. Council President, please.
Council
Councilman
President?
Harrison? Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, right. I would like to know why you and the vice president didn't say that what was be say. I mean, it's unbelievable. You heard the words that were coming out, and you guys say nothing. Now you're talking about you want to be part of that investigation in the clerk's office. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You can't even say what was said. That's bully tactics. But I guess again, you're doing what you always do. You're not willing to stand up for what's right. Proves my point over and over again. Over and over again.
Mr. Collins,
Yes, ma'am.
you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-059. This is a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the law office of Florio Kenny Raval LLP to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-58.
You can roll call this one.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22. I'm sorry. Do you want me to move on, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Next, we have Resolution 22-060. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Michelle C. Verno, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $25,000 through RFP 2021-58.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Who is this? What law firm is this and what are they working on? Can we roll call this? My 4 years on council, I never heard of them. Who are they? Mr. Bridges?
That would have to come from Mr. Bridges.
Yeah, Venero has a long history of municipal judgeship experience. One of the things that council has discussed and council has focused on, as well as a need that the directors have discussed, is someone who can serve as a neutral, impartial hearing officer throughout all the departments to be able to evenly and equitably make recommendations of discipline. And she's being brought before this council because she's going to serve in that capacity to basically be the hearing officer and oversee these disciplinary matters for all the departments so that they're handled properly, so that we're getting good written recommendations. And that's why she's coming before you. Yes, she is new, but I think given a lot of the cases that I'm seeing coming across my desk, I'd say 25% of them to 35% of them are disciplinary in nature. So we're trying to get somebody in who has expertise that can serve in a neutral hearing officer capacity.
So this law firm has that experience?
Yes, she does.
But I don't understand, why are we outsourcing that when we have a human resource department?
Well,
let me finish my question, please. So we have a human resource department that that's who the employee is supposed to escalate any type of issues to. Their supervisor, their management. We have managers of departments that are supervisors, are directors, that they have capacity to report and escalate, these type of things. And I don't understand why we have policies and procedures on the book through civil service, through various other process and procedures to address the disciplinary actions. And we have, of course, the counsel that have investigatory powers when there's issues that come up that needs to be addressed or investigated for discipline. So I don't get, I find, and not to mention, we have a law department with a bunch of assistant city attorneys that's supposed to be working with the administration, the employees, the council, the directors, to make sure that, I remember the last time we had an assistant attorney when Miss Razak was here. She investigated the complaints against Ben Delisle, the former Housing and Economic Development Department. So I think this is a waste of taxpayer dollars, because we have professionals in-house at City Hall, through our legal department, through our human research department, that's supposed to manage these complaints that come through the city. So I would be voting for this. So,
Yeah, and if I could respond to that, I think you're mixing apples and oranges. There's an investigatory piece of it, and then
I don't have anything for Mr. Bridges to say. I understand that he just explained to me. I'm not mixing any apples and oranges. The Ms. Razak took complaints and investigated issues and disciplinary things. What recommendations is this law firm going to give us on disciplining our own employees?
That's my answer.
No, I'm not asking you for no answer.
It was a question, though. It was a question.
No, I wasn't asking. It was a rhetorical statement by me, okay? I'm not asking for, you already stated what she's here to do. And I'm saying an outside entity cannot be making recommendations on our employee discipline cases and investigations without going through our human resource professionals first and our own legal department, internal. Otherwise, why do we even need assistant attorneys in the legal department? What are they doing? So no, I understand. I'm not asking for your comments. I'm not voting for this for those reasons. Thank you, Council President.
Mr. Collin, that's a roll call. We may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, yeah, no, we're going to ask IT to find that stuff, please. Next, we have Resolution 22-062, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Boyle and Valencia Law, PC, to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel litigation and other matters through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:484 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $75,000 pursuant to RFP 2021-64.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I have a question for the law department. It's in the same line of questioning that I had for some previous law firms. So this is the attorney that represents Councilwoman Robin Vaughn in litigation and matters that the mayor has filed against me in court. Mr. Bridges, so are there any outstanding invoices from Mr. Valente from his previous contract? Because you said earlier that right now he's not under contract and he should not be invoicing on his previous contract because he's depending on this to be passed, right? So are there any other outstanding invoices by Mr. Valente?
Plato o plomo?
Pardon me?
What he said.
Plato o plomo?
What he said.
Who said that?
I don't know.
I got him.
This
The
person
mic
interrupted.
is disabled, ma'am, and the mic has been disabled. There was an intentional effort tonight to interrupt this meeting and to.
And it's always an
interrupt
intentional
your
effort to
counsel.
undermine the council members, always. And when the
Councilwoman,
carriers of the world are called out upon it, and then they got an issue.
And Mr. Bridges, please don't encourage these people.
No, I didn't encourage him. I was trying to answer the question. I was saying, Councilwoman, to answer your
No,
question.
you did say that, Mr. Bridges. You're on the record, sir. You said it.
Okay, do you want me to answer the question now?
No, not really.
Okay.
You don't have any answers. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have. I don't need to roll call this. I mean, if you can put it to consent.
Consent, Mr.
Roll
Mr. Conlon,
Roll call.
you may continue.
call.
He wants it roll called.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's been noted for roll call. This is next. We have Resolution 22-062. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Boyle and Valencia Law LPC to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel litigation and other matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $75,000 through RFP 2021-64.
This is going to be roll call, and so we may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-063.
Council President? Council
Yes.
President? Regarding my attorney being roll called, if anybody on this council and through any forces of the mayor tries to interfere with my ability to have legal representation as a city council member, there is going to be hell to pay. So that
Councilwoman Vaughn. Councilwoman Vaughn.
the mayor will not. The mayor will not have his
Councilwoman
attorney.
Vaughn.
No. You are not gonna. Nobody's gonna make this a political statement against my attorney. That the mayor has Florio representing him in all this litigation. You have Verity, and that some council person is going to make a statement, whatever he's trying to do, and say that my attorney has to be. I don't know who that is, but they need to quiet themselves. But anybody, I'm just on the record to let it be known, interfere with my representation in my ability to represent myself against the actions of the mayor, there will be hell to pay. Thank you.
You are absolutely ridiculous.
You know what,
Correct.
Mr.
And Karen,
Collins,
so are you, Karen. You are a Karen, and you should.
Councilwoman Vaughn, we're not going to feed into this.
Okay.
Mr. Collins.
I've disabled her mic.
If you can
Talk
find
about
them,
ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Let's move on.
disabling the mic.
You're a coward.
As soon as they pop up. So,
Freaking Karen's on the line.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes. Next, we have Resolution 22-063, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Renaud D. Apollonio, LLC, to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel litigation and other matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $75,000 through RFP 2021-64.
Roll call.
Mr. Collins, it's a roll call. We may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-064, a resolution authorizing the award of contract with law offices of Michael A. Armstrong and Associates, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.4 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $30,000 through RFP 2021-58.
Council President.
Yes, go ahead.
Roll call. Roll call.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
This particular law firm I just want to say about all these legal contracts, including the contracts that we have for the mayor's litigation, filing these ridiculous lawsuits against every council member in the city council, and losing, that it's just, I mean, it's unconscionable, the amount. And I just want to ask Mr. Bridges, since he introduced them all, what's the total value of the docket tonight in legal fees and legal contracts, Mr. Bridges? The total value. If you added all these contracts up, I'd like to know the total value.
925,000 or a little less.
I'm sorry?
925,000 or a little less.
Okay, so it's upward of $1 million or $1 million, close to $1 million worth of legal contracts here on the docket tonight. So I hope every single person on this line who residents of Trenton, people who live here, people who pay taxes here, and people who vote here. All the rest of the people, I don't care anything about. But we have to really assess the amount of money that goes out of this city. And for what? $1 million in legal fees. This is what we're voting on tonight. $1 million in legal fees. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you, Council President.
Mr. Collin, this can be a part of the consent agenda.
Actually, we're on 22-064, and Mr. Harrison had asked that it would be.
Was that Mr. Harrison, Mr. Collin?
Mr. Harrison, was that you, sir?
From the outside?
Roll call.
That Mr. Harrison said it was roll call. I thought I saw it. I see a little circle go around his voice. I have you all spotlighted for that reason.
Okay.
Next is Resolution 22-065. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Murphy Orlando LLC to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $100,000 through RFP 2021-58.
So who is this? What? I've never heard of this law firm before, Murphy Orlando LLC. Who is this?
It's a firm. It's a regional firm. It actually has a location in the city of Trenton on West State Street.
Doing what kind of litigation?
They do litigation for several municipalities, several state agencies, several.
So what kind are they doing for us? What litigation?
Oh, this would be for general litigation. And getting back to the conversation we were having before, the reason being for the larger amounts, because this is a firm that has proven its wares and we've gotten really good feedback from other municipalities, including Newark, including
Have
Brunswick.
they ever worked for us before? I've never heard.
No, they've never worked for the city of Trenton before. No, they have not.
So why would you be giving them $100,000 right off the top?
Because a lot of the cases that we plan on assigning to them based on their track record. What happened?
You're saying because someone else gave you a recommendation, they never worked for the city before. You come on and you offering up $100,000 as someone that has never worked for the city, and at least that resolution that came before us, I think it was 64. At least they worked for us before, and you gave them.
Council President, I have no issue. I hear what you're saying. I have no issue if it's your pleasure to amend that to lessen that amount. I
just want to roll call it because I don't. First of all, I don't understand why you would bring on all these new law firms. This is like the second one or the third new law firm that you're bringing on. Then you want to start them out with $100,000, and then you have here this law firm here, Michael Armstrong and Associates, that have been working with the city for years, and you got them down for $30,000. Something is wrong with that picture. So no, I will not. So we can roll call that. Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
22-065.
Well, I just rolled back when you mentioned 22.
Yes. I just wanted to
Next,
make
we
a
have
point.
Resolution 22-066. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Parker McKay, PA, to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap H-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $100,000 through RFP 2021-58.
Council President?
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
All right, so I've been on council for 4 years, 3.5, I guess, winding down. This firm has been, of course, always been granted a contract and has always been $100,000 or more. And I understand that they are the firm that represented the city of Trenton on the ARC all-night litigation. So I need to know the status of that litigation. Because are they getting anywhere? Like what? So, Ms. Bridges?
Yeah,
Can
no,
I
I
ask
just sent an email about that specifically to answer your question directly. You know, let me be very clear with you. With Parker McKay, they're one of the firms that are vital to the city's operations for your benefit. And with respect to Art All Night, we actually had a very Parker McKay had a very big victory with Art All Night because, as you may recall, there was some negative press with respect to the coverage in that case and whether or not that was going to be covered by the excess carrier. With Parker McKay's effort, we had a declaratory action, which means an action against your insurance company based on their failure to cover your claims. And as put in the email, they were successful in their declaratory action against Lloyd's Legend such that we have $2.2 million of coverage to handle that case in that litigation. And that means not only attorney's fees, but any damages that are there. So yes, there has been some good developments there. The litigation is ongoing, discovery is ongoing, but as I put in that email to this council, the declaratory judgment that Parker McKay was able to effectuate for us of $2.2 million means the city is not on the hook for that $2.2 million. The reason why Parker McKay is back, as they are every year, is because they do a good job. And just because they have a contract for 3 and 4 years doesn't mean that they should not have a contract because it's not fair. They're actually doing a good job. So why am I going to get rid of it? I'm in the middle of talk.
I have another question.
Let me finish your first question. They're doing a good job, and when you have a firm that has a $2.2 million win for the city, I want to have them for the following year.
Okay. So I'm going to ask another question because I didn't ask about whether they're having a good job or not. I'm asking about their progress in coming to a final settlement, not just for $2 million measly dollars because of 22 people got shot over here in our city. So $2 million is not going to cut it. So all I'm saying to you and everybody on this line is there are 22 people that have been injured over at Art All Night. And this firm is supposed to be representing the city and any particular and any specific liability that the city may have. And we have not yet heard anything on this investigation. So Mr. Bridges can sit there and say they're doing a great job, but the people of the city and the people who have been injured still await that good job and the status and the closure of that investigation. So I don't care what they're doing, but to me, they're not doing a good job. And somebody need to hold a law firm accountable and getting some progress for the people who have been injured, for their families and for their loved ones. So don't come to me defending a law firm that the city taxpayers are paying. Okay, you're not paying, the taxpayers are. We are, the city, the residents, which you do not live here and you don't pay taxes, Mr. Bridges, to the city of Trenton. So I'm saying to Parker McKay that they are not doing their job and they're not delivering for our residents and taxpayers and for the 22 people who have been injured over there. and some of them were children. So we need to roll call this, and Mr. Bridges, you need to give us get them to give us some type of status and progress and some milestones of where we are in court with this order on night thing, because it's been an ongoing thing. And no one in this city has gotten a status from the prosecutor office from nowhere. To come in here with some $2 million, to me, that's chump change compared to what the potential liability is going to be on this city and our taxpayers. So thank you, Council President. Roll call.
Council President,
Yes, Mr. Harrison?
I'm glad to see that we're all in support of the people of the Trenton. Unless it's for the Trenton Redevelopment Agency, then that could be outside of Mercer County or wherever else. So sometimes the people of Trenton are important, and sometimes they're not. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, that's a roll call, and you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-067. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a professional legal services contract to Cynthia Liccardo, Esquire, through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 capping -20.5 et sec to provide prosecutorial services for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in Trenton Municipal Court in an amount not to exceed $32,000.
A few of these resolutions. So, Mr. Bridges, can you explain these prosecutorial contracts over at the Trenton Municipal Court?
They're prosecutors for the Trenton Municipal Court that they need contracts to do prosecutorial work.
Are we adding on additional ones, or are these new ones, or they're are they new?
These are ones who have been there for some time now.
Okay.
No objection, just going to go on the consent.
Oh, no, consent, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-068. This is a resolution authorizing the award of professional legal services contract to Gabrielle DeSorte, Esquire, through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 cap A-20.5 et sec to provide prosecutorial services for 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in Trenton Municipal Court in an amount not to exceed $32,500 through RFP 2021-59.
If there's no objections, we can move on to consent agenda. Move that into the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-069, a resolution authorizing the award of professional legal services contract to Kimberly Stewart, Esquire, through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 cap A-20.5 et sec to provide prosecutorial services for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022 in Trenton Municipal Court in an amount not to exceed $32,500 through RFP 2021-59.
Is this person new, Mr. Bridges? Ms. Stewart?
Miss Stewart was new. Yes and no. Miss Stewart was brought on at the end of last year, pursuant to a 17.5 contract. I don't want to go into too much detail, but one of our longstanding prosecutors was unavailable for a period of time for personal health reasons, and there was a need to have coverage. So she was brought on to 17.5, and she's being brought back in case there's a need to have that backstop, emergent replacement prosecutorial services. I can send you an email. I don't want to say it
right, but did the person come back from the illness that she was replacing? Are they back?
Potentially.
Okay.
Potentially. And I could send a memorandum tomorrow about that, but I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say anything with respect to that in a public meeting.
Right. Thank you. All righty.
Yes, ma'am. And you may be called for a roll call?
Yes.
Okay, next is Resolution 22-070, Resolution authorizing the award of a professional legal services contract to Lenore Hanna Esquire through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec to provide prosecutorial services for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in Trenton Municipal Court in an amount not to exceed $32,500 through RFP 2021-59.
And Council President, that was an existing prosecutor who's been there for some time.
No, there's no questions. It can go to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-071. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a professional legal services contract to Robert H. Yastemski, Esquire, through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec to provide prosecutorial services for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in the Trenton Municipal Court in an amount not to exceed $30,500 through RFP 2021-59.
If there's no objection, this could move to consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-072. This is a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the law offices of Blau and Blau, attorneys at law, to provide professional legal services regarding negative tax appeal litigation through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $35,000 through RFP 2021-60.
If there's no objections, you can move it to consent.
I'm sorry, what is that?
This is
Blau
for the
and
reverse
Blau.
tax appeal litigation.
Oh, Blau, okay.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Collins, I said if
Yes,
there was no objections, you can move it
Oh,
to
no,
consent.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm taking my notes as I go, so I'm trying to do, just moving along as I just had to finish my notes. Thank you. Next is Resolution 22-073. This is a resolution authorizing the award of contract with Denver Law LLC to provide professional legal services in regard to tax appeal litigation through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $35,000 through RFP 2021-69.
Excuse me. I've never seen this Denver Law. Are they new here?
No, Council President, they've been around for at least a couple of years. They've been handling what's represented in the resolution here since I've gotten here.
Okay. If there's no objection, you can make it part of the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-074. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Riker, Danzig, Shara, Highland, and Peretti, LLP, to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel matters involving litigation brought against the City of Trenton by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $150,000 through RFP 2021-61.
Is there any movement on this particular case as far as Mr. DeHope is concerned? Is there any movement going on here?
Council President, yes, there is movement. If I could make a polite recommendation, maybe with your consent, we can have Mr. DeHope do a presentation in executive session to fill the council in on what's going on.
Yes, he needs to, because we've asked him several times to give us an update.
Someone's talking.
I will reach out to Mr. DeHope tomorrow and report back.
Council President, could I speak on that?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. DeHope was hired as a result of some of the ACOs, the administrative consent orders that were issued by the New Jersey Department of Environment and Protection. So all we're asking for is a status. I don't understand why that has to be done in executive session when we're talking about our public water company utility. So the public, the residents, the taxpayers who own Trenton Water Works need to hear the status of their water. And we don't need to be in executive session when Mr. DeHope comes to the city and gives the residents and taxpayers, the owners of the public water utility, an update on the litigation that DEP or the litigation or the regulatory requirements that the DEP has lodged against our water utility. So, Mr. Kaloji, can you please give us a legal opinion on why Mr. DeHope has to speak in executive session about status? Because I want him to speak to Trenton about our water utility and the status of it. And so why do we have to do that in executive session, as Mr. Bridges just stated?
While the matter is ongoing, it would be really unusual to discuss it in public session, especially if it's got litigation components to it, status, proposed strategy, things like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with giving just a general overview where the matter stands, something along those lines, as long as it's very particularly and carefully crafted. But any discussion has to really take place in executive session, so there's a free give and take of ideas between the counsel, the attorneys, suggestions, etc., and not to tip your hand to the other side. So I would recommend that it be done that way. There's no problem giving the public an overview, but any of the real details have to be done in executive session.
Well, okay, well, since Mr. DeHope is also an attorney, we'll take his advice as to what he can share with the public. But, Council President, I would ask that he also speak on the status of the water utility to the extent that it has nothing to do with the litigation. So without him compromising litigation in any way, he could speak in executive session. But I want the public to hear what is going on at their water utility. So whatever he can say publicly, he needs to do that. He needs to do both.
All right, Mr. Collin, 22074 can be a part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Consent.
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 22-075. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Weber Dowd Law, LLC, to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel matters involving litigation brought against the City of Trenton by New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap 8-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $150,000 through RFP 2021-61.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Mr. Bridges, can you explain, because this seems to be redundant, and it sort of, it reads exactly the same as the Riker Danzig, our water attorney, DeHope's scope of work. So why do we need two attorneys, two law firms representing us in our DEP litigation?
They both have been representing TWW since the inception of this NJDEP inquiry, as well as the litigation. One is involved with the responding to NJDEP and dealing with the regulatory piece of it. The other entity with respect to the litigation piece of it and surrounding customers, townships. So they've been involved. Getting back to what we were talking about before, they've been involved with this litigation for 3+ years. And have been dealing with not only responding to inquiries and responding to subpoenas and responding to requests, but also parallel with that, dealing with the litigation part of it. So that's why they both seem to read the same. They're dealing with the same issue, yet on different fronts.
I never heard. I don't know if anybody on this council has, but we've been on the council since 2018, and we were the ones who who demanded that we have a legal law firm like Riker Danzig, who has a partner, Ed DeHope, whose legal expertise is in this legal space of water law. So we never heard of this. I never requested this law firm to do anything outside of Mr. Hope. So I don't know what they're here. I don't know what they're doing. What do you mean they're addressing regulatory issues versus litigation? The litigation, Mr. DeHope is the DEP is the regulator. So
yeah, no, Mr. DeHope is operating in the same capacity he was operating in the last fiscal year and the year before that. This is just a renewal of the work that he was doing previously. This is
I'm
not
not
anything.
talking about Mr. DeHope. I'm talking about this law firm. What are they?
The same work that they did for the water department last year. They did for the water department for the year before that. It's to represent these.
I don't remember. I never heard of them before. They never came to. I don't even know who they are. I don't even know what they're doing over there. I just my first time seeing this.
I could send you the resolution of the approval that you voted on the past 2 times for this law firm. They've been doing work for the water department for 2 years.
No, Mr. Bridges. I am saying that this is the first time I'm hearing that this law firm is represent us on the litigation over that the DEP has against the water utility. Because when we hired Mr. DeHope, when we engaged Mr. DeHope, there was nobody over there doing this work. I don't know what the Dow law firm did.
Actually, my apologies. I'm looking at my notes. You're correct. They only represent counsel. This is actually your counsel. I'm mixing up firms. This is your counsel.
No. Again. There was when DEP
DeHope is our
No. You're right. I mixed up my firms. You don't have to. You can stop. The Hope is just your firm. I confused.
Mr. Hope was brought on board, and they put Mr. Blakely's name on the resolution. He was brought on board. He was the only. Mr. Morelli wrote that up. There was no Dow law firm ever in place. There was no water law attorney. We didn't have the expertise over the water department. We had no legal expertise representing us on these issues ever until the council demanded a water law attorney. This Dow, I don't know what capacity or what legal expertise they were supplying in previous contracts, but they were not doing any litigation with DEP. So I want this roll call. And I will pull, and Mr. Collin, can you pull previous resolutions of this law firm? Because I've never, when I say there was no representation of Trenton Waterworks legally until the council demanded a water law attorney and Ms. Morelli, we went out and sourced Mr. DeHope, a national renowned water law attorney who is very rare, and luckily he lived in New Jersey and we were able to get him. This Dow law firm, we don't know anything about. I don't even know what they're doing. And I'm going to talk to Mr. Hope about this because he was under the impression that his firm is the only firm that's litigating or negotiating with DEP.
No, ma'am, I'm looking at it right now. Their resolutions go back as far as for this. They have one, I'm not sure if this is for special counsel litigation. I'm not sure if this is actually for the water, but it was for special counsel. In 2020, they actually have one for general municipal and other legal matters, but I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know if they're related to water. That's
my point. Not for the water department. Because I'm afraid that it's interference with Mr. DeHope and his law firm. I don't even see how Mr. DeHope I don't see how 2 law firms are engaging DEP in the litigation at the same time. So this has to be clarified. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Collin. I'm not questioning Dow doing work for Trent, but they never acted in this capacity in litigation over at Trenton Waterworks. That was always we always contracted Mr. DeHope. And to say that it's just only the council's attorney, no, Mr. DeHope is representing Trenton Waterworks. And the mayor has used Mr. DeHope. And so there's no such, we contracted as a city, and we partner pretty much with the administration, although the council is the governance, provides the governance over the utility. We did come up with the need for the water law attorney, but we never was told about this. This is your thing, Mr. Bridges. This is the first time we've seen this. We got to get rid of this conflict. We can't have two lawyers representing Trenton Waterworks. I'm going to see what Mr. DeHope has to say about this when he comes to the council next week. I mean, on Thursday. Because
do you want this roll call?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Collin, can you roll call this? And then
Next, we have Resolution 22-076, a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the law offices of Aloya Law Firm to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap 8-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $30,000 through RFP 2021-.
Hello?
Mr.
Collin?
Mr. Collin?
Yes. Did you not hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, I was unmuted, and then I muted myself right after. This is Resolution 22-076, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Aloya Law Firm, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44.
Did you put it on the screen?
It is on the screen, ma'am. And Mr. Rivera, I received a message a little while ago from Teams saying that my connection was very poor. We're a city. We should have a T1 connection, but I do have it on the screen. Let me, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to exit out and re-enter. Hold on one second, please. Everybody, please, just 1 second.
What's going on? Council President, what's going on?
I'm having some lag, so between my actions and the actual application, so I exited and re-entered, and we will proceed. We are still recording. This Resolution 22-076, a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the law offices of Aloya Law Firm, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap 8-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $30,000 through RFP 2021-63.
Mr. Bridges, is this a new firm or have they been with us?
They've been with us for a while, and as I discussed earlier with respect to the amount, it's really reflective of the cases that we expect them to be winding down on.
If there's no objection, we can send it to consent. Mr. Collin?
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-077. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Jala & Jala, LLC, to provide the professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-63.
If there's no objection, it could be added to the consent agenda.
Next, we have Resolution 22-078. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Riley & Riley to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap 8-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-63.
There's no objections. We'll move it. Is this a new firm,
No.
Mr. Bridges?
No, they've been here for some time as well, Council President.
Raleigh. All righty. No objections. We can move it to the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-079. This is a resolution authorizing the award of contract with the law office of Simmon Law LLC to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $75,000 through RFP 2021-63.
If there's no objections, we can move it to the consent.
Next is Resolution 22-080, resolution authorizing the award of contract with the law offices of Trivoli and Prusnowski, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $50,000 through RFP 2021-63.
If there's no
Council
objection,
President,
go right ahead.
I'm familiar, I mean, since I've been on council, I'm familiar with the work that this particular law firm has been doing. But, so this is another, how many law firms, Mr. Bridges? How many law firms have you put forward here that's providing professional services related to the legal expertise of labor and employment law?
5. And it's different levels. It could be HR, it could be discipline, it could be litigation, it could be workers' compensation, it could be liability, it could be a number of things, but, in those subcategories, 5.
Yeah, but if you're a labor lawyer or law firm, if you practice labor law, and that's your area of expertise, all those things that you just described, I mean, a competent labor lawyer who practice in that space would cover all the things that you just said. So why would he need like 100 law firms doing the same thing? It sounds like to me, and it's not a question for you to answer. Thank you, Mr. Bridges. But it sounds like to me that this is a catch-all expertise. Like, how many law firms can we actually? It's like having 2 law firms to represent us with DEP. Do we really need 2 law firms? So do we really need 5 law firms with the same expertise? It just seems to me to be quite redundant and a waste of money. And I think the law department needs to be streamlined. And it just begs the question, then what is it that the city law department does? What is it that you do? What does the city attorneys do, Mr. Bridges? Do you have labor?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer the question for you. The city attorneys handle a litany of cases from litigation, from insurance, Title 59 cases, employment cases. I would say, since I've gotten there and taken over what was left for me, the city's probably taking on internally 30 to 35, 40% of the litigation cases that are coming in. The cases that are being put out externally are those cases that are conflict cases, those cases that have a certain expertise. I'll be very frank with you, and I'm putting together, at the mayor's request, a list of accomplishments. The law department has had some great successes, from settling an opioid settlement that, Mr. Rashawn Williams was involved with doing, that, we'll discuss in executive session. That'll bring millions in, from having cases dismissed at summary judgment and motion to dismiss, and doing litigation stuff. That has, helped the city's bottom line in terms of litigation. They're handling a lot. They're handling an awful lot, but we also have outside counsel because of the amount of litigation that we have, the exposure that we have, the expertise that it takes, the conflicts, where there's a conflict where we can't handle it internally. So it's really a combination of both. But yes, the law firm the law department is handling a lot of cases internally. To answer your question before, the law department is also doing investigations. The law firm is also presiding over disciplinary actions. So, these resolutions that are coming before you are not coming before you as a matter of gluttony. They're coming before you as a matter of need, as a matter of cases that they're handling that need to be seen through the finish line. And yes, I've given at Council President and Council Vice President's request a list of these cases that they're working on so that you could see the amount of work that they're doing. And the law department internally, and I'm very proud of every single person in that department for the effort that they're putting forth, not only overseeing outside counsel, but also handling the cases that they're working on internally. So, if you would like to discuss that further, I'm happy to meet with you. But the law department is doing their thing in terms of representing the city of Trenton in litigation and other matters.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just that, the city of Trenton, we, in these settlements, and we're settling these cases, it seems like we're always paying out, right? And on top of, with a retained list that, upward of millions of dollars that we paying out for outside counsel. Not for nothing, we're talking about settlements and good legal representation and folks who are going to go in and fight for Trenton. I don't see these law firms doing that. There's a couple of law firms on the list who are here are very impressive, but the majority, I think 80%, are just billing Trenton. And it's ironic that we talked about Parker McKay and the status of the settlement when it just came across the newswire, the Reuters newswire, that Sandy Hook, the gun violence that happened, the mass shooting that happened up in Connecticut at the elementary school, their legal team just settled with the gun maker Remington for $73 million. So it was a rifle that the company, I guess the weapon that the individual used to shoot, they sued that company. And it's saying that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting announced today that they agreed to a $73 million settlement of a lawsuit against the gun maker. So Parker McKay needs to step up their game for Trenton. So I don't know what they're doing over there, but Trenton always gets left with paying out in our taxpayer dollars, and we're paying high premiums, and there are caps at, insurance caps and et cetera. But I want to see some progress from these law firms. I really do. And I hope, Mr. Bridges, you're holding them all accountable.
This could be a part of the consent agenda, Mr. Collin. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-081. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Law Office of Gibbons, P.C. to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel litigation and other matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.5 et sec for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $75,000 through RFP 2021-64.
Who is this?
Gibbons, P.C., Law Office of Gibbons, P.C.
Are they new?
No, Council President.
I've never seen this firm before.
I can forward you a prior resolution, but they're not new.
Going back to 2018, ma'am.
Okay. No, I missed that. All right.
Council President, what do they do? What's their legal expertise, Mr. Bridges?
Special counsel, we have sorry, I hit the mute button. Special counsel, we put an RFP out for special counsel to handle special matters that have, unique needs or unique abilities or high exposure. And there are a couple of firms that respond to that special counsel, this firm being one of them.
Council
All right.
President.
Yes, you can You can add this to the consent agenda. I guess.
Yes, ma'am. Next, you have Resolution 22-082. This is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to the law office of Goldenberg, Mackler, Sayre, Mintz, spend amount not to exceed $100,000 through RFP 2021-64.
I'm Council President.
Go right ahead.
This is the Buki Law Firm.
This is Goldenberg, Mackler, Sayre, Mintz, Pfeffer, Bonnke, and Gill.
Yeah, the Bonke Law Firm, yeah. Aren't they isn't he the one that does the tax assessments or the tax collector's office? What does he do? Mr. Bridges?
Yes, sorry about that. If Ms. Sanders is on, she could speak a little bit more about, in terms of detail, what they've done, not only going forward, what they've done in the past.
Okay, but that's what this particular law firm does.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
I am on it. I am on. Council President, is it, if I may?
No.
Oh,
I don't need you to speak.
I was just going to say that they do in-rem tax foreclosure for the city.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
No objection.
You're very welcome.
Could add this to the consent agenda. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, absolutely.
All righty. 22-082,
Yes,
part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-083, a resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of Dennis C. Scanapiccio versus City of Trenton in a total amount of $600,000.
This will be roll called, and this is also part of the executive session.
Yes, ma'am. Next, from the Department of Housing and Economic Development, C. Andre Daniels, Director. First is Resolution 21-570, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to the contract with Pars Environmental to conduct environmental remediation of petroleum LNAPL in soil groundwater at the Federated Metal Site, Enterprise Avenue.
Is this the resolution that is 30% over the original bid?
That's correct, ma'am.
So, Mr. Kaloji, they were to submit several documents to justify that 30% increase. I haven't received it. Have you received anything, Mr. Kaloji? Mr. Kaloji?
I'm sorry, Council President, I'm back.
Okay, so
I sent them a detailed legal memorandum outlining exactly what the legal requirements were to be able to go above the 20%. And I didn't receive any input as to whether it was done or not, but I gave them all of the information that they needed. Now, whether it was, completed or not, I don't
if
have
they
the
didn't send
information.
it to you, the council doesn't have it. So, why is 21-570 on the docket? We're not talking about whether or not it's okay to vote on something. We're talking about resolutions that are in violation of the law. Now, there's only certain things that would justify this. And Mr. Kaloji just stated that he sent an email telling the administration what would justify this 30% increase, which is above what the law allows. And he doesn't have anything, and the council doesn't have anything. This should not be on this docket without that that justification. Because once the council votes on it, as I stated earlier, the onus falls on us. And we can't vote on it without the justification. You cannot go over 20% of the original bid unless you're able to produce justification for it. You were sent an email telling you what those justifications were, and no one has responded. So Mr. Conlon, if Mr. Kaloji doesn't have this by end of business day tomorrow, then this has to be tabled, because we will be in violation of the law if we move forward with this resolution.
Yeah, and just for, and I'll re-forward it to Mr. Kaloji. I don't know what authority it was under or what. I received an email from John Siegel, I guess with his legal opinion. John's a nice guy. I'm not trying to. John is a really good guy. He's so he forwarded, I guess, whatever.
On call for. It was on call for.
Excuse me, sir. I'm speaking. So I did receive an email from John Siegel. There is I guess, an opinion in there about what with the statute and everything else in there, and going into the statute. So I don't know where John got that from. But it was sent on the 31st. I can re-forward it again. It was with the initial before, I guess the tabling when this came up the first time. I haven't received anything since January 31st with a legal opinion from any other authority citing a statute or anything else. So
No, we don't need them.
That's all I have.
Cite the statute. Mr. Kaloji already cited it. And Mr. Kaloji already told the administration what they need in order for this resolution to move forward. They have not provided it. And we can't go forward.
I have it in front of me, Council President. I sent a detailed email on January 13th outlining everything that was necessary for PARS Environmental to proceed in excess of the 20%. I could resend it to the clerk. Maybe he could send it over there tomorrow and see if there was follow-up.
Yeah, there was a response. Like I said, there was a responsive email from John Siegel on the 31st. I did forward that, but all it did was cite the statute and attach the certifications.
No, it's a lot more than that. There's at least 5 steps.
Yeah, that's when when I forwarded it, I said, hey, I don't know if this qualifies or not. That's it. So apparently it didn't. And you sent a follow-up email. I don't know if I got that email, but if you can forward me to that, I will forward it to the administration tomorrow, because that's all I have.
I will get it right over to you.
Greatly appreciate it, sir.
I don't understand why Mr. Kaloji had to forward it to you, Mr. Conlon. That should go straight to Bridges.
Yeah,
Bridges also represent this council.
I don't know.
All righty. This is a roll call, because if that information isn't here in front of all of us by the end of the business day tomorrow, it has to come off. They just can't keep kicking the can. They have to address these issues. All righty.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-030, a resolution designating Vanessa Sullivan as redeveloper of the property located at 651 and 653 North Clinton Avenue, Block 21701, lots 25, 24 within the North Clinton Avenue redevelopment area, and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement and an RCA grant agreement regarding the same. And this is, I received this, just for the record, I received this apparently in response to an email that Mr. Kaloji sent requesting certain amendments pursuant to the council's wishes, but I don't have anything to compare it with to see if it was done or not. So I'm not sure what was changed. That would be Mr. Kaloji's to review.
Yes, I had been working on this matter with the young lady who used to be in the law department, Miss Murray. And I believe she sent over I can't remember, I'm sorry if it's Miss Murray or Miss Samuel, but whoever I was dealing with should have sent over the final resolution, adding the additional funding, et cetera, et cetera.
I did see an increase in the funding. That part I did see.
Yeah, there should be a revised resolution that incorporates all of the changes that we had discussed that were necessary to bring it into compliance with what council wanted to do.
Yeah, I don't know if benchmarks were set there, but I did see an increase in the funding, and I guess also there was a mention during the meeting of a backing by the council, or, by the city, should she not be,
Yeah, that was right in the revised resolution. That I saw the
Right,
draft,
so-
so you should have gotten it.
right. Yeah, I received it from upstairs, so that's it.
So you
This
do have
is- Yes, I do have it. That's what's on the
Okay.
screen.
Okay. Thank
This
you.
is resolution 22-030. I didn't have a checklist to see if all of them were incorporated. That's the only thing. I
Okay.
don't know if there was any other discussions. That's the only that I wanted you to review. And I'm sure you did. So this is a resolution designating Vanessa Sullivan as a redeveloper of the property located at 651 and 653 North Clinton Avenue, Block 21701, lots 25 and 24 within the North Clinton Avenue redevelopment area, and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement and an RCA grant agreement regarding the same.
Is there any conversation for this?
Yes, Council President, this is not a proper use of our redevelopment process.
Oh.
The person clearly is not a candidate and does not meet the criteria for a redeveloper. And this program should not be, Council President, why is Joe Harrison interrupting me? He's going to have a chance to chime in if he wants to. So again, there's many programs that the Housing and Economic Development Department can offer Ms. Sullivan that she is fit the criteria for based on her income, based on her economic status, and first-time home buyer program, perhaps she would even be challenged for that. But nonetheless, there is substantial funds there that can help with the down payment on a home, etc. Deferment of mortgage payments that are crafted that she could that can afford, that she can pay monthly, that's calculated and based on her income level. And a lot of the programs coming out of HUD can offer training to get her a job so that she can maintain the house when she gets it. That's the HUD program that transition people like her from public housing to becoming a homeowner. They provide job training. They help job placement so that she can sustain the mortgage over, 15, 30-year term of the mortgage. But to put a person with her economic status as a redevelopment is unconscionable. And it's a perfect example of exploitation. So we cannot in this city allow our very low income and low income individuals or citizens to be exploited in this manner and underserved in this manner. So I cannot, with a good conscience, even support something like this. And I'm sad that any representative of our government would even put forward this when we have viable programs that can really help this woman to be a successful homeowner. And that's all I'm going to say about this. And I won't be voting for this at all. It shouldn't even be on the docket. And we asked Mr. Daniels to come with the HUD programs and the first-time homebuyer program and the job training programs that he can offer her, and he chooses not to. Well, I know he's under the his boss, the Reed, but it is what it is. Council President, thank you.
Council President.
That would be roll call, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President.
Yes. Go right ahead.
Right. This was the building that Mr. Hoffman said that would be okay. we should be on this council helping people of the city. I'm not sure why we're saying that we should help people. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. This property's located next to her mom. And at the end of the day, we should be helping people of the city. I just think that, I don't know. I think some people just don't want to see people that get helped. And it's a shame. It truly is. There's a lot of Miss Sullivans in this city that need help, and we should be doing the best that we can. But it seems like there's people on this council that don't really want to help people in need. And it should be an embarrassment because she's asking for help. We can help. The city can do our part. I don't know why we won't. So people on this call, you're right. You want to roll call it. If you vote against it, I hope the people remember that this is the woman that got on this call and stated that she was looking for help. And we could have an opportunity to help her. So, hey, if my colleagues don't want to, it's on you. It should be on your conscience. But at the end of the day, to me, I think Miss Sullivan deserves an opportunity to move forward, especially with our help. We can help her. So if a council decides that they don't want to, members on the council don't, that's your choice. But I think people in the city are going to remember Miss Sullivan, that she had an opportunity that we could have helped her, and people in this council chose not to. But if that's your choice, so be it. Miss Sullivan and other people will remember that, because it should sit in the back of your mind that there are people in this city who need help, like Miss Sullivan, and they're asking for our help. And what are we going to do? We should be doing our part to help. So at the end of the day, the colleagues said that they weren't happy with the amount on this. Now, if you vote against it, so be it. But I think Ms. Sullivan and other people in this city are going to remember that. They're going to remember that people who needed help, when they needed help, people on this council weren't there. So it's not exploiting somebody. It's trying to help somebody actually live next to her mother, to actually give her and her family an opportunity that a lot of people should have. But again, that's on other people's my conscience is clear. I believe we should be helping her. And I stand there behind this. But hey, if you want to vote against it, so be it. I think the people in the city are going to remember that one. Thank you.
Council
Madam
President.
Go right ahead.
Madam President,
Council, yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
well, in the last meeting, I asked for extra money to be added to the resolution. Make sure that the $90,000 were going to be covered. So I will definitely vote for it because my amendment was included. That's all I have to say.
Council President, this is Director Daniels.
No, Mr. Daniels, this is the council speaking. Mr. Collin, this is a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
We may continue.
Council President? Quick question. Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, and I didn't see, for Ms. Sullivan, that resolution, a copy from the developer, before and after plan, of what that house is going to look like, and the timeline of completion.
So, I'll ask them to submit that to you, to you by tomorrow.
It should have a total rendition of what is going to be built on that property, and the cost of the build, and a timeline to completion. Anytime anybody builds a new house, the developer or the developer who she's hiring should have submitted those plans and should have gotten them approved already.
Alrighty, so I'm quite sure the Director for Housing and Economic Development heard the request. If he could give it to you in writing, if he has it, he could submit it to you through Mr. Collin. Thank you. Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-032, a resolution approving the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2018 annual action plan beginning July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2018.
Please roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-033. This is a resolution approving the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2016 annual action plan beginning July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2017.
And roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President, I just want to say something about these resolutions. We had asked last time for the Housing Economic Development Program Manager or Officer of the CDBG grant or the funding or federal funds here that are being moved around to get a letter from HUD stating that what they're doing is in compliance with the guidelines, with the HUD guidelines. And we haven't seen that letter from HUD.
Mr.
I believe we got a email from Ms. G stating that she spoke to HUD and HUD said, and she sent a statute of sort. But again, I didn't see a letter from our oversight officer or our partner over at HUD that says, you know, absolutely, this is in compliance with our guidelines. Did she get a letter from HUD stating that?
She just sent over the
statute.
The statute. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But where's the letter
President.
from HUD?
Council President, this is Director Daniels.
Because when I dealt with HUD on another issue, they sent over a detailed email on what their guidance is and what can be accepted when we questioned, if you recall, Council President, when we questioned the eligible contractors, the eligible HUD contractors. They have a list of eligible local contractors that meet the HUD standards. And the HUD representative sent and outlined in her own, gave us her direct guidance. So that's what I want to see here. And I know that it can be done. I don't want to see it from Mr. Daniels, and nor do I want to see Mrs. G, because they had an opportunity to give it to us initially, and they failed to. So I want it directly from HUD. Thank you, Council President.
Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution.
Council President.
Yes, we moved on
Yes.
From that resolution.
No,
on to the next one.
Yeah, but you didn't give me a chance to answer. You didn't give me a
ask for
chance.
and now I have moved the floor.
Wait a minute. How did I not
So
ask
go
for a
right
chance?
ahead, Mr.
I'm asking for a
Collins.
chance right now. I wanted to know what Mr.
Go
Daniels
ahead,
was going to
Mr.
say.
Collins.
Mr. Harrison, just to clarify, this next resolution is the same in the continuation of the series. So just 1 second. This is Resolution 22-034, a resolution approving the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2015 annual action plan beginning July 1st, 2015 to June 30th, 2016.
Council President,
Yes, Mr. Harrison, you have the
Good.
floor.
Mr. Daniels, can you explain what you're going to say? Or could you comment on what you're going to say?
No, Mr.
Mr.
Daniels doesn't have the floor, and you can't give him the floor,
No.
Councilman
Council
Harrison.
President, you gave the floor to
You
me.
cannot
I
give
want to
him
ask
the floor,
Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Harrison.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Daniels a question. He was going to speak before he was rudely interrupted,
No, but
and I would like to
you-
know what he
you-
was going to say.
Let him put it in writing.
I have an
and
opportunity
submit it.
to ask him
He doesn't have
what
the
he was
floor.
going to say. Well,
doesn't have
Mr.
to
Daniels, I wanted
submit
to
it
know
in
what you were going to
writing.
say. No. You
I'm
let
very
everybody else
clear.
do that, Council President, right? You
I'm
did.
very
You allowed
clear,
everybody
Mr.
else to.
Harrison.
Well, how are you very
I'm
clear? Clear of what? Very clear. I have an opportunity to ask the question, and my question is to Mr. Daniel, what he was going to say.
Daniels can submit it to you in writing. Let him email you your response.
Let the councilman
because
talk.
He does not have the floor.
Exactly.
Now,
Well, hey,
Mr.
Oh, you know what, Council
Mr.
President?
Mr.
It's funny.
Mr.
It's funny how
Collins,
you play that game
we may
all the time.
continue.
All the time. You can continue all you want it. November's coming soon. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready.
Mr. Harrison,
I'm telling you,
there's a
people
point of
see
order.
what you're bullying. You're a bully. You're a bully. You will not be being a bully. You're bullying. That's what you're doing. You will not let Mr. Daniels speak, and I have an opportunity. I have my question, but you will not do that because you're doing the same thing. Same thing, Council President. You are doing it again.
Be quiet, because I am not going to tolerate Mr. Harrison just being
Sorry,
disruptive.
what?
And that's what you're
How am I
trying
being
to do. You're disruptive.
Sir, you're
Because I said
screaming.
use
I'm
the floor. Now we're
I
going
have
to
a
use
right
this
to ask the
floor
question.
alone.
And you don't want me to ask their
Mr.
question.
Collins,
That's what it's down.
continue.
Don't worry, Council President. Everybody sees the game you play. Don't worry.
Listen,
Everybody sees
if
it.
you can,
Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Today,
Mr. Collins,
tomorrow, and ever. Don't worry.
Next is Resolution 22-084. These are resolutions from the Department of Public Works, Wahab Anatiri, Director. This is Resolution 22-084, resolution authorizing the amendment of Resolution 19-489 to reduce the transfer amount from $53,788 to the amount of $40,742.42 and close out the Ferry Street project.
there's no objections. Added to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Water and Sewer, Mark Lavenberg, Director. This is Resolution 22-085, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for an additional 1 year awarded to multiple vendors for repair of water distribution infrastructure on an as-needed basis for the construction of a wide range of emergency and non-emergency critical repairs for the time of award to December 10, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $1,200,000 through bid 2020-78.
This should be
Council
roll call. Go right ahead.
Yes. Was there a list of the various items that they're anticipating that they're going to need to remediate?
Just give me 1 second, man. And Mr. Lavenberg, you may be able to, Council President, do you want Mr. Lavenberg to answer, or let me
No,
see
she
what
didn't ask for Mr. Lavenberg to
Gotcha.
respond. She
Just wanted to
asked a
clarify.
question.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on just 1 second.
Because that's a large sum of money to not know which projects they are anticipating to address.
There's a memorandum. It says construction of a wide range of emergency and critical repairs.
Okay, so very well. So just very quickly, thank you, Mr. Collin.
I don't see a specific.
So I would just ask, and if Mr. Lavenberg is on the record, and you can put this in your notes, Mr. Collin, if you can get a list of, specific repairs that he plans on addressing with this $1 million.
Roll call, Mr. Collin, and we'll move forward.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-086. This is a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for an additional 1 year order to a municipal maintenance company for the furnace supply and installation of 4 24-inch filter drain valves for the City of Trenton Department of Water and Sewer Water Utility Water Filtration Plant from date of award of contract to October 2nd, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $71,660 through bid 2020-60.
This is a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 22-087, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Capital Supply Construction Products, Inc. for the furnish and delivery of FOB of full circle bands, coupling and tapped out sleeves for a period of 1 year from date of award in an amount not to exceed $73,307 through bid 2021-67.
This is a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-088. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Longo Electrical Mechanical Inc. for inspection, disassembly, rehabilitation, and reassembly of 5 pumps at the water filtration plant for a period of 1 year from date of award in an amount not to exceed $98,030 through bid 2021-58.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 22-089. This is a resolution authorizing payment to Pact 2 LLC for emergency work performed for the City of Trenton Waterworks in the amount of $74,547.79.
Okay, this is a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, there will be the introduction of two ordinances. This is ordinance 22-04, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 14 of the Code of the City of Trenton Traffic Bus Stops as it applies to various locations in the City of Trenton. And the locations are listed. This would have to be roll called, of course, as an ordinance. Next is ordinance 22-05, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 14 of the Code of the City of Trenton Traffic Bus Stops as it applies to various locations in the City of Trenton. And that likewise would be roll call. Council President, that actually concludes the docket, but there is some business to attend to per your order of the business at the
Yes,
top.
there's some walk-ons, and we're going to vote for the zoning board. The walk-on can be introduced tonight too.
Yes, ma'am. I have the walk-on from Ms. Vaughn. Mr. Harrison also wanted to walk on an ordinance and actually left that at my office today to be walked on.
Is that the ordinance that had failed?
It is my understanding it is the Cap Bank ordinance, ma'am. Let me just double check because it may not actually be the exact same document. So let me just check before I speak. And I did scan it in and get it ready. So, Adam, I guess this is this the same ordinance because it is signed by you? Mr. Cruz?
The ordinance, I'm sorry, hold on, let me look for it here.
Yeah, let me just double check because I actually think there's a difference. I don't know.
There's no difference.
I'm just double checking now before I speak.
If it is a cap ordinance with the 3.5%, yes, then that will be the same one.
So, Mr. Cruz, you know the rules and the regulations, as everyone on this dais does, that once an ordinance fails, that it can't come back for a year. So why are we even entertaining that? I don't even know why we're entertaining it. The rules are the ruls.
Madam President,
the ordinance failed, and those are the rules of procedure. And so, Mr. Collin, those are the rules of procedure, and they have to abide like everyone else. Now, we can move on to the business as far as the walk-ons and the zoning board seats so that they can have a quorum, and the housing authority. I'm not sitting here to play games with the administration. I'm just not willing to do that.
Council President,
continue.
Council President, only because Mr. Harrison has the ability to ask that the rule be waived. I do believe he should be heard, and if he's going to make a motion, I would like to hear it.
I wanted the motion to have it waived so that we could vote on this ordinance. Exactly. Originally was done by the administration, and I'm saying I'm walking this on. So I would like my colleagues to take a vote. If you want to vote against it, vote against it. It's your preference. But you know,
Mr.
Council President,
Yes, go ahead.
how do you waive the ordinance?
It's not waiving the ordinance, ma'am. You have a rule prohibiting the ordinance from coming back for a year.
But it's
Mr. Harris, Mr. Harris, well, it's not what you're.
How do you waive a rule, a law? That's what I'm saying, Mr. Collins.
Well, this is Robert's rules, so these are the rules of procedure that govern the council. So in the rules of procedure, it prevents the ordinance coming back for a year in the event that an ordinance is voted down.
No, these aren't Robert's rules. These are
these are actually the council's
done by an ordinance, Mr. Collins.
Right. These are the council rules, but under Robert's rules is what you.
But Robert rules doesn't apply against an ordinance.
Also,
No, Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cologne,
he does have the right to make the
Mr.
motion.
Collins.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to ask for a legal opinion on this because he does have the right to raise the motion, ma'am. He has
No,
the
no,
right
no,
to raise
We're
the
not
motion.
talking about
Mr.
that.
Collins.
I didn't ask that. It's called the rule of procedure that states that you can't bring that ordinance for a year was passed by an ordinance.
Well, as I am charged with your procedure and I'm your secretary, I'm going to ask for a legal opinion on this.
No,
because,
again,
I have my training.
I know, but
I have everything that I have. And if Mr. Harrison wants to raise a motion, I'm not
No,
going to.
I'm not
document it for the record.
I'm not preventing Mr. Harris from raising his motion. You're right. He can raise his motion.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, all right. So you're done. I'm talking about the rules of procedure that the council passed by ordinance. That says that. It says that I'm asking for my own education. I didn't know that we can just waive ordinances.
And as we get there, I will ask Mr. Kaloji at that point in time. I definitely see your point.
I am really concerned now.
I definitely see your point. Mr. Harrison does have the right to raise the motion. And then at that point in time, we can ask for the legal opinion.
Let's just waive all our ordinances then. I don't think that's even, that's
formidable.
It's just good.
So Mr. Harrison has raised a motion to waive the rules under A316 to allow the walk-on of this ordinance for the one-year ban. At this point in time, I am going to ask for a legal opinion as to whether we can proceed.
It's up to the council president to ask for a legal opinion.
Okay, then I can't ask for a legal opinion. I don't know if she.
Mr. Kaloji, could you please address this because I just don't understand.
Where we're at.
I think that go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, but
I asked Mr. Kaloji.
Yeah, there's a provision in the Faulkner Act that said council shall establish the rules of its own proceedings. Council has done that in A316-1 at SEC, which is a section of our code, and it deals with everything from the agenda, the presiding officer, et cetera, et cetera. Our practice has been to correlate that with Robert's rules, even though there's a rule in place. For example, a rule that the agenda has already been set. We've been allowing a supermajority, if that is obtained, to waive that rule. It would require 5 out of 7 votes. Similarly, this identical rule you're talking about tonight is in the rules of procedure, just like the agenda rules. And it says that once a matter has been rejected, it cannot be, I'm paraphrasing, it cannot be reactivated for a year. But another section of it, the agenda, we have been allowing people to make a motion subject to them getting a supermajority to
No, Mr. Kaloji. Excuse me, Mr. Kaloji. That's only been for documents that were pulled at the review, not for failed ordinances.
We have been allowing it as to agenda, which is part of the A316 rules. The question tonight is, do you also want to allow that as to Rule 19, which is the rule that we just addressed about resolutions and ordinances not being activated? I should say reactivated.
We've never reactivated an ordinance or a resolution that failed. So you guys are going somewhere that I've never been on this in the entire 4 years, Mr. Kaloji.
Oh my goodness.
I like this. Laugh all the time. Wonder why people.
Mr.
That's word.
Kaloji.
Hey,
yes, man.
Why? We should take the vote then.
We've never went here with a failed ordinance or a failed resolution. Now,
we have not, to my recollection, entertained one precisely on Chapter 19. We have done it on other rules under the A316 code. We haven't done it under this one. So the question becomes, does council want to allow, do you want to recognize a vote on or a motion on this one, or do you not want to recognize a motion on this one?
I don't think legally that it's binding to recognize a waiver on a failed ordinance. That makes no sense to me. And you're the legal mind here.
No, I get that. And all I'm saying is there's one body, A316, which is all of the procedural rules. In the past, we have allowed motions to be made on the agenda portion of the procedural rules. The question tonight is, do we want to allow a motion to be made on chapter, or I should say under Rule 19, which is a whole different area of the procedural rules that never came up before? If you
No, I
want to
think that you're opening up a whole new can of, I believe that
Right.
you're opening up Pandora's box, and I just don't think we should go down that road because it's
No, what I'm
failed.
saying is it's within your discretion. If you don't want to recognize a motion to waive that portion of the rules, that's discretionary with you.
No, I don't want to recognize it because I think that you're opening up Pandora's box, and I'm not willing to go down that road.
That is your call to make, Council President. If you don't want to recognize it, that's within your discretion.
It's
Well, I agree with
Council
Council President.
I didn't expect anything different, Council President. I expected that from you. It didn't surprise me.
Listen,
But hey, Mr. Kaloji said I had the right, but you don't want to give the right. I understand.
no,
It's
it's
you
failed.
don't want somebody else to give their opportunity. It's all right. It's okay. People understand where you're coming from.
Yes,
It's
and
a power
I
thing.
need them to. I
It's a
need
power
them
thing.
to
You're
understand
right.
where I'm coming from. I'm going to
Exactly.
follow
You're
the
right.
letter of the procedures, the rules of procedure. I'm not
And he
changing
did. He
as
just-
we go, and we're making up rules as we
Good job.
go.
That I had
The rules has
Right.
already been established.
for the vote, and you choose not to say that I can have the vote. It's
Right,
okay.
right.
I
And-
understand you.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Right.
you for that understanding. I appreciate your understanding.
I understand that. And I do understand that
All
you
right,
are a
thank
bully. You're not
Thank
going to give
thank
people
you.
the opportunity.
Thank you
It's
for
okay.
that understanding. We
Don't
have a
worry.
lot
People can
left
understand.
on this
November.
docket.
Hope you
Mr.
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 Shan,
Harrison,
come to-
Mr. Harrison, the council president has indicated we're going to move forward. You can note your objections in writing.
Well, I had the opportunity, but she's like being a bully, like always. But it's okay.
I raised the objection on the record. We're going to proceed per the council president, per Mr. Kaloji, to the order of business. It is in her discretion, sir.
Okay, Mr. Conlon, we have a lot on this agenda. So we're going to start with the zoning board. They need to install these people on the board. So let's start with that and then go down the list.
Yes, ma'am. This is, ladies and gentlemen, and council president, just leave to read this quickly into the record just because, actually, no, it was advertised. My apologies. We're not doing this as a walk-on. I'm sorry. I thought we were doing this as a walk-on. We're not. These were on the agenda. Hold on. Let me bring them up. First, Council President, is Resolution 22-040. Let's please get my notes open so I can take the vote. This is a resolution appointing Mr. Michael Rabb as a regular member of the Trenton Zoning Board for an unexpired term.
So moved.
Hold on one second. I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and I will be prepared to call the roll in 1 second because I actually have to bring the resolution up. A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Rodriguez, and I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations to Mr. Rabb for rejoining the zoning board. Council President, would you like me to do the other zoning board first, or would you like me to go to the Trenton Housing Authority first?
No, go to the other zoning board member.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 22-042, resolution appointing Mr. Shahid M. Morris as alternate number 1 to the Trenton Zoning Board for a term ending December 31st, 2023, the unexpired portion of a vacant seat. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Vaughn. Now call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations to Mr. Morris. Council President, would you like me to move on to the Trenton Housing Authority resolution?
Yes, please.
This is Resolution 22-041. This is a resolution appointing Simon Lopez to the Trenton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for an unexpired term. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So move.
A
Second.
motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second? Mr.
Second.
Rodriguez?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. And I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations to Mr. Lopez. Council President, we have the reconsideration pursuant to mayoral veto. These are the ordinances that were adopted at the last council meeting. I received them back with memorandums from the mayor indicating that they were vetoed and the actual body of the ordinance indicating that they were vetoed. And I'll put the first one up on the screen. And this is the reconsideration. I'm going to put this up. This is reconsideration of ordinance 21-31. This is the reconsideration notices required by the city code. And this is an ordinance revising amending Chapter 2 Administration Article 12, Fire Department Section 259, Establishment, Fire Department Section 2-60, Authority of the Fire Director, and Section 2-61, Responsibilities of the Fire Department, and adding Section 2-62, Authority of the Deputy Chief to the Trenton City Code relating to the City of Trenton Fire Department. This is under 21-031. And I just want to make sure that there's no impediments to proceeding. Mr. Clogy, do you see any impediments to proceed? Or Council President?
No.
Is there any impediments to proceeding, or should we ask for impediments to proceeding?
I'm sorry, isn't this the ordinance that the mayor vetoed?
Yes, this is the ordinance. This is the reconsideration, which is, we're doing
This
it
is to
10 days.
override. This
Yeah, I
is to
just want
override.
to make sure we can do this today instead of, we don't have to do this on Thursday. I just want to, Council President, if you could find out for me, please.
Mr. Kaloji, it's okay to override this veto today?
Council can take the vote to override the veto depending on how it was advertised. It was advertised that action may be taken tonight, Mr. Conlon?
Yeah, our agenda at the beginning of the year advertises that official action may be taken at all those meetings. The agenda was advertised that official action would be taken. They were not specifically listed for this evening, but they were listed on the docket for consideration. Public knows that they could take consideration. It was advertised last Friday. So I do believe that they will be advertised again after they're adopted pursuant to the final adoption. And they were actually advertised after the initial adoption. So I believe all my bells and whistles have been covered.
Well, again, I don't have the
Council
advertising
President?
in front of me, but based on what you're saying, as long as the advertising was appropriately done, you can take a vote tonight.
Yeah, the initial advertising after the adoption was made. After the adoption, we advertised again after they override the veto. The Open Public Meetings Act notice was met. It was sent out Friday. It was publicly posted, and it was sent out to the public in accordance and posted in City Hall. And so I don't believe there's any impediment to proceeding.
Council President?
Sure.
Yes.
Can I speak on this one, or we're not there yet?
No, Mr.
We can do this. You can speak to it beforehand, Council President, or we can get a motion to move forward and then a second, and then open the floor if you'd like. There's a Mrs. Wilson's ordinance
Yeah.
So, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, did you want to make a motion to override the veto?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, so on ordinance 2131, I have a motion to override the veto.
Second,
Okay, Council President, may I speak on this?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, so the mayor vetoed this ordinance after it passed 6-1, I believe the vote was, correct, Mr. Collin? Or no, 5-1 with an abstention, correct?
The first reading passed by a vote of 6 to 1. The second vote was a vote of 5-1 with one abstention.
Correct. And so the mayor vetoed this, and he sent his rationale to the council. He published it. I don't know if the public was able to read the rationale, but Mr. Collin, can you bring his rationale up on the screen, please? And Mr. Collin, Council President, can Mr. Collin read the rationale?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Collin, and read it into the record.
Yes, ma'am. This is being read into the record. This is the memorandum of City of Trenton, Office of the Mayor, W. Reed Gussior, Mayor, February 11, 2022. Mayor Matthew Collins, City Clerk, 319 East State Street, Trenton, New Jersey, 08608. Veto message of Ordinance 2131. Dear Mr. Collin, I am returning Ordinance 20-031. With my veto of the same and that said ordinance is violative of the Faulkner Act as it attempts to give City Council powers that are exclusively reserved to the Office of the Mayor. In this regard, the ordinance calls for the creation of the position of a permanent deputy chief and defines the powers and duties of this role. As delineated in the Faulkner Act of NJSA 40:69 Cap A-40C, the mayor shall supervise, direct, and control all departments of the municipal government. Similarly, the Faulkner Act reserves the department directors working under the supervision of the mayor the discretion of appointing a deputy. The director of each department in any city is second class, which prior to the effective date of this amendatory and supplementary act had adopted the form of the government designated as Mayor Council Plan D, provided for in Article 6 of the Act, to which this act is a supplement, may appoint the deputy director of his department who shall serve and be removable at the pleasure of the director in the unclassified service to the civil service of the city. Indeed, Ordinance 21-031 runs afoul of Chapter 2, Article 3, Section 2-8, which includes among other powers and duties of each department head, the authority to direct and supervise the work of the department of its employees to the division established by this chapter, assign functions, powers, and duties to subordinate officers and employees within the department, and modify such assignments as need appears. Accordingly, I am exercising my veto power of 21-31 and returning the same without my approval. Respectfully, Walter Reed Gussior, Mayor of Trent.
Okay. And the reason I asked for that to be read, because I was one of the individuals that voted against it, for the same reasons that, for some of the reasons that the mayor lists here. And I am in agreement with Mayor Gussior on this particular issue, that the Faulkner Act is clear as to who it's supposed to remove. And even in our city code, if I recall correctly, we have local ordinance that speaks to the fact that, of course, it's embedded in the Faulkner Act, that when the mayor wants to have an issue with his appointees, the director, it is he who's supposed to notify the council in advance that he wants some action to be taken. So it happened with the previous director, Sheila Coley, et cetera, that he failed to notify the council of the action that he took against her. But now in this case, it seems to be that he left it to the council members to introduce an ordinance that, based on the law, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson can't introduce. It would be in violation of the law based on what was just read. And I want Mr. Colosi to chime in, because it is the mayor who has purview for the Faulkner Act over the administration. he has purview over his directors. He gets to choose whether they stay or go, and it's up to the council to approve. But in this, I don't understand. Here we are, the council wants to do the mayor's job. And this time, the mayor, so what are we going to do? The mayor has taken me to court, council members to court, for usurping his authority. And here we are, willingly to usurp his authority. If the mayor wants this ordinance to move forward, then the mayor lawfully should introduce it the right way. And he has now told us that he doesn't want it. He's vetoing it. So, and I just want to say to my council members, you know, when the former police director was here, we talked about deference to the mayor. We're going to give deference to the mayor. We want the mayor. If the mayor doesn't want to have Chillicothe here, then we're going to abide by his wishes. So why is it that we are stuck on overriding his wishes tonight by reintroducing this when it's unlawful for it to be introduced? So, and I know there has been offline conversations and backdoor conversations and agreements, but those conversations should not have taken place if this is what the outcome was going to be. So I just find it to be very telling of what's going on here. We can't expect the mayor to respect us and respect our powers and and have confidence in our ability to litigate. Legislate. Excuse me. When we only when it's convenient or only it's we want to pay politics. Do we want to follow the laws and act in the capacity that the law permits us to act? In this instance, the law does not permit us to do anything with Director Douglas. It's the mayor's job. It's his role legally to introduce this ordinance. And he has declined it for the right reasons. It's unlawful. And maybe sometime in the future, if he wants to bring it back, and then we should consider it then. But right now, this should not be voted on. And if the council does so, we would be acting unlawfully. And thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Move for the vote.
I have a motion by
Mr.
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, and a second by Mr. Rodriguez. This is the motion and vote to override the veto of Mayor Reed Garcia with regard to ordinance 21-31. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, how say you?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes aye. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes aye. Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye. Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes nay. Ms. Wilkins?
Abstain.
Ms. Wilkins abstains. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Council President McBride votes aye. The ayes have it. The veto is overridden. I will advertise the veto as being overridden in the paper with the ordinance and advertising the ordinance as being finally adopted. And Mr. Cologi, just so that you don't have any doubts tonight, I just wanted to make sure it did actually advertise formal action will be taken, so we're good.
It did what? I'm sorry, sir.
It did actually advertise formal action would be taken, but I also do advertise it at the beginning of the year with the national.
What was the vote that was just taken? It was 5-1.
The vote was 5-1 with one abstention.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is the override vote on ordinance 21-32. This is an ordinance amending. Section -229 redevelopment functions, and Section 2-1 City Council, the City Code of Trenton. This is the veto override vote. Here is my veto override statement to be appended to the ordinance per the city Section A316 Rule 22 of the City Code. Council President McBride, this is your ordinance. Did you want to make a motion to override the veto?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to override the veto.
And do I have a second?
Second,
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President, did you want to open the floor?
yes, I'd like to
Yes,
see
I would just like to move to the vote. We've had a lengthy discussion on this. Just take it to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I will now call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
yes.
Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Count of the vote is 5-2. The veto is overridden. This will be advertised in the newspaper as finally adopted after the veto override with the veto statement. This statement on the screen will be appended to the ordinance once the vote is recorded. That is, see, just make sure on my notes. I don't believe we actually have any other matters for adoption except for Ms. Vaughn's walk-on. This is the Council President. Did you want to allow Ms. Vaughn's walk-on, or did you want her?
Yes.
Okay, this will have to be read into the record, so just give me 1 second
Please.
to pull it up. I don't have a number for this yet. Hold on 1 second, and I'll give you a number. This is, Council President, are you allowed, do you want this voted on tonight?
Oh, yes, if we can, please.
I'm asking actually the Council
I'm
President.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to move forward on this?
I was on mute.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Let me just zero this out. Let me just get a number. This would be resolution 22-090. This is resolution 22-090. This is going to be read into the record. This is a walk-on by Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride is allowed to walk on. This is a resolution directing the law department to engage outside counsel to initiate a lawsuit seeking injunctive relief against the mayor and the city of Trenton, AFSCME, and any other appropriate parties. Whereas on February 9, 2022, a rally was conducted at the behest or with the involvement of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employee Council, AFSCME, a union representing Trenton employees, and Reed Gussiora, mayor of the city of Trenton, at which time there were speeches made relative to the support, non-support, and election of candidates for the Trenton City Council in this year's election. And whereas said rally included the presence of numerous city employees, notwithstanding that it took place at 2 p.m. on a regular workday, and whereas the presence of said employees at a political rally during work hours was grossly inappropriate and unlawful and resulted in economic losses to the citizens of the city of Trenton, the citizens of Trenton, and whereas whatever persons or entities were involved in the approving, inviting, directing, or otherwise securing their presence must be legally precluded from ever conducting such an event in the future, and whereas issues are also raised about compelling whether de facto or otherwise union members to participate in such events if it is not their desire to do so, and whereas the public interest demands that the type of activity referred to above be prohibited. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the City Attorney, who also represents the City Council, immediately engage an outside law firm to initiate a lawsuit and application for injunctive relief against Mayor Reed Gussiora, AFSCME, and any and all individuals or entities involved in the aforesaid rally to seek judicial intervention to ensure ensure that such unlawful activity does not take place in the future. Let me just check one thing in my notes, if you don't mind, real quick, please. Just bear with me. Ms. Vaughn, this is your resolution. Did you want to make the motion?
Yes, so move.
I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Wilkins. I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Abstain.
Mr. Harrison,
No.
Mr. Michelle,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 4-2 with one abstention. Council President McBride, I do believe that concludes the business of the council for the evening with regard to the docket review and the items that were forwarded to the docket for formal action tonight. Did you want to proceed?
Pardon me?
Did you want to proceed down the agenda to public portion?
Yes.
We're seeking a gentle verbal cue. Would anybody like to be recognized for the public portion of tonight's January 15th, 2022 council meeting? Council President, Ms. Chowdhury.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Calvin. Good evening.
Ms. Chowdhury, you've been given the floor, ma'am. Council President, while we, if you don't mind, can we move on to Ms. Sullivan while Ms. Chowdhury figures out her microphone situation?
Yes.
Ms. Sullivan?
Hello. Hi.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Vanessa Sullivan, and I wanted to comment a little bit about my situation tonight. And I still would really like for the city council to hear about some of the great work that the city has been working with me for the last few months. And I really do appreciate all the city and the city council members and everyone for hearing my story out. But tonight, on a personal note, I just want to say, like, the more I hear, saying that she can't be a redeveloper, how could you ever think this? It just makes me think about people like Maya Angelou when they said that she couldn't be anything, and look what she became. We all come from somewhere. I think about Malcolm X when they said that he was a thug and he was this and he was that, but look what he became. So I just want to say to my people that I'm not done with this, and I really am doing this for my people, not for myself. And I think it's a great opportunity, and I wish that the people could hear more about it. And thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you.
Council President, Ms. Mary Horn?
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Let's just address Ms. Sullivan. For the last couple of council meetings, I wanted to, just express that no one's against Ms. Sullivan. I heard the calls, I heard the talk, and, we have to give thanks to everyone who appears to help in that capacity. But being a redeveloper, homeowner, so to speak, we all want to do well. We all want everyone else that takes that initiative to go forth and become a homeowner. Redeveloper, that's another capacity. Going into, even if you have money to start up a startup, it's like starting up a program. You have overhead every month. You got your water, you got your utilities, you got lights, and unexpected repairs. Miss Sullivan, I did see the home. I got a chance to see the home, and there's a lot of work to be done there. And we all are hopeful for you, but everything that's being said to you is that that's a lot of responsibility. And once you take it on, Miss Sullivan, that responsibility falls on you. No one else. When everybody else and the party's over and everyone's gone home, Ernest is on you. And we would like for everyone to be a homeowner in this city. I am all for that. I'm not for breaking down homes and apartments here, which everybody can't afford a home. And so in your case, Ms. Sullivan, nothing was said derogatory towards you, but that is food for thought. You have to think about that because it's always going to be some overhead. Most of us go from day to day, or we have to forgo what we want to like to do to try to meet the bills. And that's a big responsibility. So please, in no way think that someone's against you about that. But we're thinking about you as far as down the road, because when it's all said and done, Ms. Sullivan, it will be on you and your family. We wish you well. There's other programs out there. Maybe they can help you get into that same home. But there's a lot of work to be done in that house. A lot. And so God bless you. And please take it to heart. Everyone means you well, but we can see down the road, and we hope, it's a good, better part of it. But that's what comes with owning a home, and certainly a redeveloper. That's a lot. So I wish you well, and please don't take it to heart where everyone's against you that's saying, well, you can't afford it or this. It takes money. It takes money, and there's always unforeseen things that come with a home. So we're looking at it down there. So we're trying to find the best route for you, and I hope you understand that. And that's all I have to say. And lastly, I'd like to thank counsel tonight, the ones who persevered. There were people that came on the call. It was just awful. I can't even fathom. The last time I did something like that, I was in high school. It's awful. We tell counsel, oh, you should do better than. When it works to your advantage, though, you want to go hem-haul, even call awful names, or just keep talking and go away from the subject. Stay focused on what the subject matter is. And there was a lot of that tonight, distractions. For what? You can't stay to the subject. This is distracting. And then you come on and you do it all the time. You never talk about the subject matter. All you want to know is that there's going to be some disruption. I want to hear what somebody has to say. Or when you get your chance to talk about the subject, you say nothing. So those of you on council tonight, I want to give you kudos because you really did a fantastic job. And all the initiatives that were passed tonight and everything that has to be questioned, it needs to be questioned. Our taxpayers' dollars go into this. Some don't understand. It's a matter, if you don't question the money, we are still going down that same old road. You can't blame this council, especially for it, because there has been money taken out of this city for decades. So don't just pick one specific council and say, well, we're going to do that. I may not agree with everybody on council, but I'm not rude to it. I try to understand and I listen. They have more insight than I do. I'm not in the trenches with that, but I'm out here paying my taxes. So please, everyone and everyone's on this call, it was an awful thing that was done tonight, and I pray you don't do it again. If you have something to say, then say it. But this city, we're talking about forward movement, and that's exactly what we're talking about. We can't move forward if we're always broke and money's leaving our city. They leave our borders. And if it's something for the good of the city, if you have to hire someone, we want the best that this city can have. Yes, we do. And I pray to God before I leave here that I'll see it. Until then, I'm going to do my best to make sure I do my part for me and my family and my friends and everyone else in the city that needs a chance to grow and thrive. So please, let council do their job. And for God's sake, we have to do ours too. We can't sit and be sideline people. Never been and never will be. I'm on forward movement and I'm going to do mine. So I hope everyone else does theirs. And remember tonight, please, I hope I don't hear that again. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Conlon. Could you unmute yourself, Mr. Conlon?
Ms. Chowdhury has resolved her microphone issue. I apparently didn't. Ms. Chowdhury, are you available?
Yeah, I am sorry about that.
Council
Yeah, I did.
President, Ms. Chowdhury?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
Just
Yeah,
identify
thanks. Sorry
yourself
about
for the
that issue.
record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Chowdhury. I have a property on Greenwood Avenue. And I wanted to, I thought it was address the issue of the tax issue with this $10 million. I thought it was a really interesting discussion. And I thought it really pointed to a number of just the same thing that Ms. Horn was talking about. The money's always going out. It's never justified. So, kudos to all those who are, being tenacious about knowing where every dollar goes. I think people need to be as tenacious and vigilant as they are with their own personal budgets. So yes, every contract needs to be looked at. Contracts extending over long periods of times, I understand the argument where legal contracts, involve a certain investment of knowledge, and you might not be able to get that. You don't want to keep repaying for the same training or the same amount of knowledge. At the same time, you still need to be very vigilant, particularly if dates are being changed and you're just getting a court date pushed out. That's no reason to compensate any lawyer for more. And I think one of the issues that's going on there is that there's no oversight, and perhaps it's possible that there's no one that can do this oversight. I don't know if you have anybody on the, an internal person that can do oversight. But the point about not escalating issues past HR will help the budget. And, wherever oversight can be done in other, through other manners, it should be, So I appreciate people being tenacious and vigilant. But coming back to this tax issue, I thought that the 10 million, this issue of getting this $10 million, I forget what it was called, Trenton Capital City Aid was very interesting. And here I actually agree with Mayor Gusiora. The actual losses through the fact that these buildings, and I'm just quoting, I'm quoting an article from NJ Spotlight News, is far more than 10 million. Okay, so it's a fraction of lost property tax revenue, and that's where the quotation starts. The new funding wouldn't fully offset the property tax revenue that would be collected if all state buildings were instead commercial or residential properties, which is estimated at $45 million a year. So I think this struck me so much because the idea that you're getting 10 million because you lost 45 million, it almost seems like a bribe. it seems like something, set out there to pacify residents of Trenton that, you're losing all this, but we'll give you 10 million to, kind of like throw you a little bit, but we're not going to compensate you for all this. And what frustrates and angers me about that is that these people are parking for free throughout Trenton because, very little parking is enforced, or at least in my experience. These people are coming to their offices basically for free, and they're doing it on the backs of Trenton taxpayers, because Trenton taxpayers pay some of the highest taxes, not dollar for dollar, but sort of like, using all your statistics with your housing and your area of housing and all that. We are paying some of the highest taxes. So basically, they've offset their tax burden on residents of Trenton who are not necessarily able to pay these tax burdens. So it really angers me. And it angers me more that these are people, who have offset their burdens onto residential properties, in an area where our residences are dilapidated. Our streets are dilapidated, but they can't pitch in their taxes. And the further irony is that these are justice workers. A lot of our buildings here are dedicated to justice. So they're coming in for free to an area where we have justice problems, we have policing problems, we have a lot of crime and a lot of injustice to our residents, rather. And this is just another form of injustice. This is really just another form of injustice, and that is perpetrated by people who work in these departments is just striking. And for anybody who claims that they don't agree with social programs and protection programs and safety net programs, $45 million is a huge safety net to permit people to park their buildings here and get nothing back. So if you see the justice system as a corporation and a for-profit enterprise, basically this is almost like corporate welfare. So I think it should be construed as such. I think it should be interpreted as such. And I think Trenton should absolutely demand their tax dollars from people who are coming in. This land shouldn't be rented for free. These streets shouldn't be used for free. And these buildings shouldn't be used for free, because they're not free. They're not free for the people who live here. And my other comment would just be about the housing issue. And I'm curious if the resident who is looking to get that house, if she can go through some sort of mentoring program where she is able to learn how to become a homeowner, and whether or not that would maybe be a middle ground. But I'm more concerned about this taxing issue. I think, once again, the dollars just keep flowing out. Trenton is in no position to let people have their buildings here for free. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you,
Council
Mr.
President, yes.
Yes.
Would the person at 396-2050 identify themselves, please?
Yes, it's Faith Ann Pearson.
Yes, ma'am. Council President Faith Ann Pearson?
Yes, go right ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Like the one young lady said, I am very pleased with the way City Council has handled themselves tonight. Could be a little bit better. I am concerned about some of the law firms in question. You have 22-43 and 22-52 with Givens. 22-53 and 22-54 is Taylor. Is because they're repeated, is it because they have several other lawyers handling different things within the city? I know some law firms can handle up to maybe 30 different types of legal actions where they have specific lawyers inside the firm to handle them. Is that the reason why Givens and Taylor are listed more than once?
Ms. Pearson, if you actually submit your question to me by email, I'll see what kind of answer I can get. Most of the attorney-client privilege stuff is going to be restricted, though, but you can send me an email at clerk@trentonnj.org, but I don't believe they're going to allow the law department to answer that question. I just wanted to point out.
Okie dokie. My other question I have is referencing to the young lady trying to purchase the property. I happen to live not too far from it. I walk the streets. I do see it. A lot of us do not know specifically, if she has saved up, talked to other individuals, gotten loans, gotten people who will give her a hand with labor in place of a salary, I am praying that they go ahead and let her have the property. I do know there's quite a few here in the neighborhood. If she needed help, whether it's just to clean up, paint, whatever, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of residents in the neighborhood would be willing to chip in just for a pizza. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Council President, Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett. You have the floor, Ms. Garrett.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yes, Sherry Garrett, West Ward. Thank you, Council President McBride and Council Body. Just real quick, the public comment is great. I'm thrilled to hear people are spot on with their observation of tonight's meeting, and I'm in agreement. I just want to say a few things. The 22046, the Capital City aid for the $10 million. I don't know what the administration, the mayor is stating or saying or talking or negotiating with the state of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, local government services for MOU. It seems like there's more benefit to the city besides them to the state of New Jersey besides not paying paying property taxes. And my concern also, just to elaborate on that $10 million, we're stuck with this Capital City aid because a lot of the assets that we had prior to the end of the Palmer administration were put under the city of Trenton, put under Mercer County. And so here we're stuck where I think our own main asset is really the Trenton Water Works and sewage. I'm not really sure if the Trenton Parking Authority is solvent, but I don't know if the city council gotten the records for them, but we got to really put things in place and try to come up with some innovative ways to generate or replace those assets, so we're not depending on this Capital City aid or from what I'm gathering, we're not going to have that transitional aid. My also concern is also when we're talking about this Capital City aid is that the mayor has this initiative, 1,000 homes, but I think he's talking about 1,000 rental properties. The Trenton Housing Authority is talking about 439 rental properties. And I say all that to say that's not much. If the Housing Authority is going to do 439 rental properties, we know that public housing does not pay. They pay a small portion in lieu of taxes. So those are a lot of buildings. We don't have that much square space. Trenton is quite dense. And then we're talking about additional rental properties from the administration, possibly projecting, because really redevelopment is with the council and hopefully with this new authority, redevelopment authority. But I'm hearing all these things. We're talking about, yes, Trenton needs housing. We need to lift up the city in regards to the neighborhood, the housing and the properties within Trenton. But I just don't see them helping us where we're not dependent on the state. The properties are based on the square footage and I guess the value of how much it's going to be assessed. And we know that that's going to be
not properly assessed where we're going to be generating much revenue, property tax revenue from it, from these properties that are being proposed or in the process of being built. So that's my concern. I hope City Council look into that. I did say something about the Trenton Municipal Court and the Trenton Police Department. Again, I like to know how because that's an asset. The Trenton Municipal Court and the Trenton Police Department, they're part liability, but they're supposed to generate revenue. I'm not saying for them to go out and break the law. I'm not saying that they give out bogus motor vehicle tickets, but they got to do something because they're not carrying their weight for their budget. For what we pay out for their services, for them to provide a service to the residents of Trenton. We're being shortchanged. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. The law firms, there's a lot of law firms that are repeatedly, as it's been stated, that that are on this docket that is asked to be renewed. There's some that, the duplication of a few of them for employee relations. But my point is, why? For one, when the law department and administration submits these resolutions, why don't they have much detail for the council, since this is all, certain privileged information? You can't say certain things, or I don't know why you can't even tell us what they're litigating on. You don't have to tell us what the strategy is, but in this resolution, at least give us an idea of what from that contract year, the prior contract year to this contract year, what the heck you're litigating, or what the heck you're providing legal service or legal representation for. So I think these resolutions for these law firms, continuous repeated law firms to be renewed for services, there's not enough information. And again, I hate to sound like, as they say this saying, beating a dead horse, but every time you approve anything for the administration, not for the administration, for supposedly for the betterment of the city, for the betterment of us all who live in the borders of Trenton, it comes back to bite us. And then we don't know what happened, where the money is. We're not getting any discovery of or a sculpatory summary of what is going on, and then they're coming back and stating that they were continuously doing service past their contract, and then we're paying more money. Like this, the oversight that needs to be done is not there. And what it sounds like, it's a shame, because unless I have missed a council meeting, I'm still waiting for this calendar year budget. They're supposed to be approved by February something and submitted to DCA. Where the heck is that at? And the reason why I'm saying that, because hopefully council will increase their budget, move some of that money that I'm really not sure what $500,000 and other expenses in the mayor's office, what the heck he's doing for $500,000 for other expenses. But some of that money needs to be moved to council, because I think council needs, and this is a suggestion, I think you should look further into a public relations person, someone who can deal with the media, because the mayor's, he's creating this situation where he's always in the media. He's always got you all into some type of to make himself appear, as if he's forthright in his manner of being the CEO or mayor of the city of Trenton, like he's doing what he's supposed to do within the law, which is not happening. You guys got to come up with a defense, because you're getting slammed out there. Also, city council should probably find someone who really knows about local municipal budgets, what it takes, what certain documents needs to accompany with some of these expenditures that they're proposing in regards to the budget. Because what you utilized for our staff 10 years ago, 2 decades ago. We're 2022, and as you see, based on what you've been experienced the last 4 years, you need certain positions that are accountable just for the council. It may look like it's duplication, but I think, just like you said, your oversight. So there's certain people that you're going to have, I would suggest that you employ in city council, in that clerk's office, that will assist you and to be able to mediate and expedite some of this stuff before it comes up on the agenda. I think that's accountant, someone who's familiar with municipal budgets, and public relations person, and there's one other person I think you need, but it doesn't come to mind. But anyway,
30 seconds, ma'am.
It was a great session, and again, Ms. Sullivan, on behalf of the other us residents, I'm in agreement. You will get what you need appropriately for what you need for you and your family, and you really don't want to find yourself struggling how to keep your house once you go through the process and pay the mortgage or finances been signed and approved, and you can't keep that house. So something's going to come for you. Thank you very much.
Council President, Mr. Algernon Ward.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Ward.
Mr. Ward, unmute yourself, please. You're actually unmuted. You've been recognized, sir. Council President, would you like to go to Mr. Paul Harris while Mr. Ward comes back?
Yes.
Mr. Harris, you've been recognized, sir.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm just trying to figure some stuff out here. Because the last time I looked, I thought this was the United States of America. And I thought that any American has the right to assemble, has the right to protest their government, their employer, you know, and I'm almost certain that the union has that right. And the union also has the right to petition its members. And as long as union members aren't calling for violence or destruction of property, they could say what they want to say. If people were doing the right thing, maybe unions wouldn't need to organize. So I'm confused why there would be even one vote on this council to authorize the mayor to spend more money that you say we don't have to sue the city's largest union. I'm confused about that. Because you guys, every meeting, you're saying one thing, but you're doing another. If we're spending too much money, then we're spending too much money on lawsuits. So now you're telling the mayor to sue the union if we decide to rally? Where the hell do they do that at? I'm confused. And so let's go back to the issue. AFSCME rallied last week for women's rights, for voters' rights, for our economic rights. Everything we've rallied and talked about is related to a decision or an action of someone in city government. If we can't do that, then where can we do that at? I just don't understand why you would introduce that and it would pass. That's my concern here. And let me tell you, if you think that we're going to stop speaking up for our people, listen, you're mistaken. Because now we're going to go further. We're going to rally until our message is heard.
Oh my God, he just threatened us.
Mr. Conlon, first of all, you're not speaking. Nobody threatened you. Okay, I'm not going. So let's talk about the clerk's office. The other issue that we have here is you want an independent investigator to come in. I've been Rice before, years and years ago. And the person who sat in the meeting and acted as the secretary was the deputy municipal clerk at the time. So I'm confused. So you have 4 women with alleged accusations about sexual harassment. And I guess this council wants to investigate that. But I'm confused. Who's going to be the secretary for the body? Who's going to take the notes? Mr. Conlon is the one who's been accused. So is he going to be sitting in the meeting, taking notes, asking questions?
I have a serious objection to this.
You can object all you want, Mr. Conlon. You're a public servant. Mr. Conlon, one or two things is going to happen. I'm going to be able to speak, or I'm going to speak.
This is not on the docket.
You're the union vice
It is. Actually, it is on the docket. The Mailey Givens.
Yeah, but my name being specifically referenced as a personnel matter with regard to the report is a violation of Oprah and a violation of the Open
Mr.
Public
Collins,
Meetings.
Mr. Collins.
Go to Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji, is this proper? Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
I can now. I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
there is no preclusion against this individual speaking in general terms.
This is a city employee.
And a
Doesn't make a difference.
representative of the union.
It doesn't make a difference who I am. I'm an American. I can speak on anything I want to speak
I
on.
will speak as well.
Mr. Collins, and yes, you can speak. You can speak. This is America. I'm confused.
Mr. Kaloji, I'm going to bring order to this dais, Mr. Harris.
Okay.
So, he's referencing the clerk's office. He's a city employee. Where do we go with this?
He is allowed to speak and raise issues about the clerk's office.
Okay. So, Mr. Collins.
Okay. I just don't understand how we've come to this point and how we turn back. I mean, there used to be a time where you could literally speak freely. I'm an employee. I'm a Trentonian. I mean, I'm an American. I'm a Black American. I mean, to tell me that I can't speak on issues that are near and dear to my heart, it makes no sense because they make you feel uncomfortable. At what point does it stop? And listen, I would not be speaking on these issues if people stood up. You just literally were now suing the union. You have 4 women who made accusations and they feel like there's no one listening except for the administration and the man's still on the payroll. And I can't speak to that. You're saying you're going to conduct the investigation into that. You just a vote of no confidence in a law firm that was brought in because you asked them to be brought in to produce a report that you don't like. All I'm saying is if you're going to investigate your own person, you may have to bring in an acting clerk to do that because surely he can't sit at the table with the women that brought the accusation against him. That's just not a good look.
That is actually my right.
Mr. Conlon, I cannot have you interrupting a speaker.
I was just trying to figure that out, how that would look. He's sitting across the table and the women trying to tell you, okay, anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm all over the place, but listen, we are rallying. We've rallied because there are perceived and real grievances here in the city of Trenton. That's it. No one's asked for anyone to be hurt. No one's asked for it. We're not protesting at people's houses. We're not giving people cell phone numbers out. We're not doing anything. We had a legal rally. People from all over the city, some people from the state came, and we had a good time. We talked about our issues together. That's what we did. 95% of our people live and reside in the city of Trenton. AFSCME members. So a strike against AFSCME is a strike against the city of Trenton itself. You can tell yourself anything you want. And there you go again, Robin Vaughn laughing. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's all. That's where we're at. I would ask you just to stop and consider your actions. Consider your words moving forward. There are real people here. There are real people here who are working every day to do their best. Please keep that in mind as you're going back and forth and targeting members of the administration, not knowing there's over 1,200 people who come here every day and do their best. Some don't, but most of us come and do our best. And we want to see Trenton thrive. And all we see is bickering back and forth. People jockeying for the seat that apparently the state's never going to let you fully have. That's my comment. Get it together.
Next person, Mr. Conlon.
Council President, I don't see anybody else but myself.
Mr. Conlon. Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I am on line.
Okay, Mr. Ward. Mr. Council President, Mr. Algernon Ward.
Go right ahead, Mr. Ward.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Council President and my fellow citizens. I've been listening to the discussion this evening about how we should approach development downtown. And as usual, or what's been the case for many years, the discussion about capital city aid, before we called it payment in lieu of taxes, before we called it another name. But what it is the state giving us money that they deem that they should pay us for the property that they occupy. We made every administration for as long as I can remember has been prostrate before the state to get the money that Trenton deserves for hosting the state of New Jersey. But one thing we as Trenton residents need to recognize and how we should think about this. One of the major assets of the city of Trenton, and I would probably say the major asset of the city of Trenton, is the fact that we are the capital of the state of New Jersey. And along with that comes the administrative tasks and the jobs. It comes from being the state capital. That being the case, the largest employer in the city of Trenton is the state of New Jersey. And it applies us with stable jobs, middle-class jobs, where layoffs are very, very infrequent. And the one thing that won't happen is that the state would move away, go to Mexico or go to China. We keep evaluating that property based on its commercial value if a private company were to acquire that land. But here's the issue. Private companies have been leaving Trenton since the 1950s. There's nothing to stop them from coming here right now. But they don't, because they find it more lucrative to build in spaces in the suburbs because there's more space, or to move all together to operations where the labor is cheaper. The real value of those state buildings are the jobs they contain. And their value to the city of Trenton is well beyond their square footage if you try to add it up as commercial space. They are actually the lifeblood of the city of Trenton. I want you to imagine for a moment, if all those state offices were gone, what would Trenton have? The retail business has gone to the malls years ago. And so it's not coming back to the city of Trenton. Those factories have gone to Mexico and now to China. They're not coming back to Trenton. Our only stable source of income is the tax money that we accrue from the people who work at those state offices as our largest employer. And for the life of me, I don't understand why the city of Trenton makes war on its largest employer. If it's a private company, you wouldn't even think about doing it. Now, I heartily agree that parking is an issue downtown, but it's going to take some creative thinking and some real foresight to plan the parking down there. But if we had any brain in our heads, we'd be trying to get as many state office jobs downtown as possible, because that brings revenue into our town. Now, if we don't capitalize on it, that's our fault. We should have things there for those state workers to partake in. Now, I worked for the state of New Jersey for 34 years, and that birthday cake they just tore down, that supplied over 350 middle-class jobs to the city of Trenton. Now, it is true that most people who work for the state don't live in the city, but the largest proportion of the people who live in the city work for the state. So we should stop being so hostile to the presence of those state offices, because, in fact, without those, we look like Camden. There's no source of income coming into the city that we could rely on. I would like to see the commercial developer who's standing in line to get into the city of Trenton downtown, because there's plenty of space for them, and they're not there. There is not commercial developers clamoring to come to downtown Trenton, as much as we would like that to happen. We've done everything we could to make that happen, but we have to face the fact that in northeastern cities, we call it the Rust Belt, because those commercial entities have gone, and they've been gone for dozens of years, and chasing an illusion is not going to help us. But we do know that state offices and those jobs are tangible, they're real, and that we should not be as hostile towards having them here as we make it out. Now, I'm first in the line to complain about the fact that we should not be walking, always begging hat in hand for what largesse the state decides to give us. That formulation should be steady. It should reflect more reflective of the value of their property, and it should be predictable, because one of the things you can't do is plan in the city of Trenton if you don't know what you're going to be in your budget for next year based on how much money we get from the state. And Governor Murphy actually promised when he ran for the city of Trenton, because I asked him directly to make sure that whatever payments we get would be predictable over a 5-year period, so city planners can count the revenue in the budget. But we should be doing everything we can. By the way, Newark is dying to get those jobs. They've been lobbying it for those jobs for 20 years. Their argument is they're a bigger city and it should be located there. And it's been a persuasive argument to politicians because they want the votes out of Essex County. So we can mess around and chase those state offices away if we want to. Newark will be glad to have them. And we'll be left with what? Nothing downtown. So we better be smart about how we approach the presence of the administrative office for the state of New Jersey, because we are, in fact, the capital of New Jersey, and that will never leave us the same way our history will never leave us. And so we better take full advantage of those two facts and make the most out of that we can. We should be as accommodating as we can to the state so that we can get those offices placed in our city so that our people will have middle-class jobs with skills, administrative and scientific, like in my instance. So I just want, when we evaluate how we deal with the state, please keep in mind that that's our largest employer that you're talking about, and that we should be doing things that are intelligent and that will benefit our city in the long run. And we ought to take advantage of the fact that we have thousands of people come in and out of our city every day, but we don't have anything here to take advantage of that situation because we're too busy fighting with them and the workers so that we can't work together in a harmonious fashion to the betterment of our city. So I agree that we should have more money. It should be more than what we're getting right now. And I'm not saying we should be happy and just skip away. We should always press for a greater value for what those offices represent. But by no means should we grease the skids to see those jobs leave. And I'm thank you for your indulgence and listening to what I have to say. And I wish everybody in the city of Trenton a happy belated Valentine's Day, and may good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for the public portion of the Trenton City Council meeting tonight? Council President, I would like to be heard.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. And the reason why I'm speaking is just because of the number of serious things that have been said here this evening. It keeps being hammered home that people have made sexual harassment complaints against me, which is untrue. It has not yet been proven the information that I tried to provide to Mally Givens was refused. I was not interviewed by Mally Givens. My attorney contacted them.
Listen, this is not.
This is regarding Mally Givens, and this is regarding.
For you.
This is regarding the docket. This is my First Amendment free speech. Mr. Harris was allowed to speak freely, and this is regarding the docket. Okay, I'm sorry, but calling for me to be investigated for criminal acts that have not occurred is over the line, and I'm sorry, I must speak to that. I am not a criminal. I have not created or done any criminal acts in this office. I have not treated any woman in this office in any way that would require a criminal investigation, and in fact, I am asking the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office to come in and investigate at this time, to put to bed any notion that any criminal behavior occurred with regard to any action of sexual harassment in this office. These allegations are false. They were made up with by employees who have other objectives. I'm not going to go into that because I testified about that in front of the State Commission of Investigations with regard to several of the actions of these employees who have now made allegations against me. I am ready, willing, and able to defend myself, and that is exactly the problem with what happened here. Mally Givens refused to look at the text messages, the videos, the voicemails, or any other item which would actually refute the information. With regard to the other employees, I am ready, willing, and able to defend myself. Mr. Paul Harris is a union operator and has facilitated this situation at this point in time. He has also contributed to this situation, in my opinion. I would like to also note for the record that these are not the statement of the city of Trenton. These are my statements personally under my First Amendment constitutional rights. But I am not a criminal. I will not be called a criminal in this meeting, and I will not be told that I did something that I did not do without standing up and saying I did not do that. Thank you.
My phone. I would like to close the public comment. Move to close
Motion by
public
Council
comment.
President. I have a motion by Council President McBride to close public portion.
Second.
Well, tonight, Councilman Michelle had brought up the prosecutor's office. I'm glad to hear Mr. Collins stating now on the record he would like the prosecutor's office to look into this. So I welcome an investigation by the prosecutor's office, and we will look forward for that to happen in the near future. Thank you very much, and have a blessed evening.
Councilman Michelle.
Councilman Michelle. In
Right
regards
ahead,
to the
sir.
clerk's, pardon me?
I said, go right ahead, sir.
In regards to the clerk's office, well, Vice President, Council President, you should not be involved in investigating this. You are not investigators. The women had come forward, made allegations. 4 women.
Mr. Kaloji, he is a member of council, and I am going to object formally on the record at this time. He is a member of council and my employer, and this is improper, sir. This would violate the Open Public Meetings Act. I have not been race noticed. He's discussing me, my personnel matter, and this personnel
What
issue
is the
directly.
basis of the-
I was given leave under the First Amendment, sir.
Mr. Collins.
What is the basis of the objection? Mr. Michelle is making a public comment about a matter that's been discussed all
He's
night.
discussing a personnel matter that is not releasable both under the Open Public Meetings Act nor under the Open Public Records Act.
Everything that Mr. Michelle is speaking about has already been discussed publicly.
Okay.
I don't think he's going into any detail. He's not going to give out dates of birth and social security. You know, so
He is
generalized.
describing
discussion.
4 women and sustaining
you
4 women
discussed it,
making
Mr.
accusations
Conlon.
against me.
You discussed
Say again,
it.
ma'am?
You discussed it. You
Yes, ma'am,
discussed
but
it too.
I discussed it as a First Amendment, but as an employee, I am entitled to certain rights.
No, not when you open.
No,
the
ma'am,
door.
I am entitled
No,
to certain rights
continue,
under the
Mr.
Open Public
Continue.
Meetings Act and
Not when you open the door.
Mr. Conley,
Okay.
objections noted. As long as Mr. Michelle keeps it in general terms, consistent with what's already been discussed and let out, I don't see any preclusion. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. It's no different than what's been said tonight. And I believe the women should have a right to speak out, along with Mr. Collins. And during this process, never have I ever heard, we remove the women. The clerk should have been removed from that office, not the women, and the office should be strictly running right now, not shut down. And for council president, I'd like to know if someone is keeping track of who's in the office, because any time that anybody goes in, we don't have a clerk. There's numerous signs on the door. We should have a sign-in sheet, in and out. And then we know when the clerk is in or when he's not in. We have a new individual in our office that shouldn't be left alone. should not be left alone. And without a clerk, it can't function. Our women deserve to come back until this is cleared up. And the clerk has a right to defend himself by all means. By all means, he has a right with them allegations to defend himself. And I want to hear him defend himself. But so does the women. The women have rights. And I want to see them get fully moved forward in the right direction, whatever it takes. And this is enough shutting our clerk's office down. This is nonsense. We're losing $5 million in revenue, not taking any money in. This is crazy to shut a city down. Council President and Vice President, I want you to come forward and sit down at a table and get this thing right, like we always discussed. Vice President, you know how you were treated. You didn't like to be treated when you were treated by an individual, viciously attacked. You weren't happy with it. You were not happy with it. And I wasn't happy when my wife got attacked, viciously attacked. And we both agreed nothing was done. Now we got 4 women allegedly attacked. They deserve better than what we gave them.
That's a lie.
There
There
are
was no
employees.
allegation of an attack. That is an absolute lie.
Once again, you have no reason to talk over me. I didn't talk over
You're
you.
lying on the record. Fire me, sir.
Clam it.
I'm
Clam
done.
it down.
Fire me.
Clam it down.
Absolutely
Shut your
improper.
mouth.
You're making
Shut
criminal
your mouth. I'm
allegations saying I-
talking.
Shut him up.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. I'm talking.
Mr.
You have
Mr.
no right.
Conlon?
You have no right.
He said I physically.
And I want to- I want-
Listen, Mr.
False.
Collin, no matter what he says, the floor is his now.
Madam, I'm here under medical duress at this point in time because of my kidney stone. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to check out. I'm sorry.
Good night. Good night. Did he check out? Good night.
We don't have a clerk.
Council President, we can't go on without a clerk. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Good night. I'll continue Thursday. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Where's my phone at? I need my phone.
I'm going to stay on this line, Kathy. You need to get the clerk back on the phone.
You can get a city attorney to serve.
Get Mr. Collin back on the line. This is unacceptable. We got 104 citizens on the line. Get him back on the line. If he does not come back on the line, then we need to take swift measures. This is zero tolerance right now.
Need to be contacting the prosecutor's office. You heard him say it.
Got 104 residents on the line. He needs to come back on.
This is a disgrace.
I think we found your damn. We found your first tree. I think it's orange. I think it's orange, yeah. Yeah, I think I just gotta lean.
Mr. Kaloji,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm reaching out. I'm not getting an answer. So we do not have a clerk. So I will have to adjourn the
Well,
meeting.
fortunately, we're at the point in the meeting where all that's left are the councilmanic comments, not that they're certainly not important, but because we're at that point, if they will agree to waive that portion of the remainder of the meeting and move to adjourn, they can pick up the comments on Thursday night if that's agreeable to all.
Well, you know what? Since they civic comments, we're not speaking about the business of the city, so we can continue, my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Colosi?
No, because it's part of the record and you need somebody to keep the minutes. So if we could, fortunately, it wasn't at a different point in the meeting where there was more business to transact.
One second, I'm gonna... Mr. Kaloji?
Yes, sir.
According to the clerk, he said about the prosecutor's office. So are we going to be reaching out to the prosecutor's office?
Mr. Collin, we can't have any conversation like that right now.
Well,
we're not on the
he went on record. Council President, he went on record setting about the prosecutor's office.
It doesn't matter,
So,
Mr. Harris. You had your civic comment already.
Right, but I'm going to say, go on.
You had your civic comment.
We should do an
If there's a
investigation.
question that you would want to put to Mr. Kaloji, put it in writing.
I don't need to put it in writing, Council President. You accepted the Givens the investigation, but now he stated the prosecutor's office tonight. So there you go. He's on record saying it. So I understand what you're saying, but hey, he went on record saying that. So if you don't want to do what you want to do, go be it. But the words came out of his mouth.
Mr.
That's what he
Harrison,
said.
you've had your
He
civic
said-
comment. Please, we're trying to
I
determine
understand, Council
for
President.
Mr.
I
Kaloji
understand.
what to do now with this. Mr.
What do you
Kaloji,
mean, what
I'm gonna make a motion to end this meeting.
That's an appropriate motion.
I'll
Yep.
second it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can we go down the roll, Mr. Harrison?
Yes, I got
20 minutes.
what I wanted.
I
Yeah.
want-
Yes.
I want 20 minutes on Thursday.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I do.
Right.
This is
Can we take the
unacceptable.
roll on the motion? Let's start Councilman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez? Councilman Rodriguez?
I think he already left.
Councilperson Vaughn?
Yes.
I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I'm just doing it off the
Wilkins,
top of my...
Councilwoman
I'm
Wilkins.
sorry, Ms. Wilkins. I apologize.
That's
Councilwoman
okay.
Wilkins
Yes.
And Council President McBride.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
All right, the
Kaloji.
meeting is adjourned at 10:53 p.m.
I want my
Thank you.
20 minutes.
I want my 20 minutes.
All righty. We're going to end this call. IT end the call. Mr. Rivera end this call. Mr. Joseph Rivera end the call.
Hi, this is Akila from IT. So
Yes, would you end the call, ma'am?
only the organizer can end the call, but I can certainly make sure everyone leaves and then leave the call as well. I am exiting everyone as we speak.